is ours. To God be the glory. Positive vibes guaranteed with these healing affirmations. Start your day with a positive mindset and fill your heart with love and gratitude, helping you to overcome self-doubt, anxiety, and negativity. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life. Healing is ours. To God be the glory. Positive vibes guaranteed with these healing affirmations. Start your day with a positive mindset and fill your heart with love and gratitude, helping you to overcome self-doubt, anxiety, and negativity. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life. Healing is ours. To God be the glory. Positive vibes guaranteed with these healing affirmations. Start your day with a positive mindset and fill your heart with love and gratitude, helping you to overcome self-doubt, anxiety, and negativity. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life. Healthier life. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life. Healthier life. Healing is ours. To God be the glory. Positive vibes guaranteed with these healing affirmations. Start your day with a positive mindset. Fill your heart with love and gratitude, helping you to overcome self-doubt, anxiety, and negativity. Repeat these affirmations daily to attract positive energy, manifest your dreams, and live a happier, healthier life.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Y'all know when y'all hear that song, you know when you hear that song, you know when you hear that song, this is the me song, you know. You guys get your tissues ready because this is more gonna be a reflection video. It's going to be a video that I I just finished talking to God. Okay, I just finished having a moment with Him, and first I want to say good morning, and I'm going to speak to every single person that has come in and said something. Good morning, Coco. Good morning, Serena. Good morning, Josh. Welcome, Josh. Good morning, Wayne. Good morning, Miss Richards. Good morning, Kiki. Good morning, Cheryl. Good morning, Deborah C. Good morning, lovely lady. Good morning, Patricia Bryant. Good morning, Tyler. Good morning, Tandra Lee. Good morning, Melissa. Melissa's up? Oh my God. What is Melissa doing up? Good morning, Tank. Good morning, pretty chick. Good morning, guys. Good morning, people in the bush that don't want to speak to me. Good morning to you too. All right, let's first thank God for waking us up this morning. Thank Him for the opportunity to be able to have the internet. Right. Good morning, sunshine. Um, Good morning, Jason. Just the ability to be able to connect with one another. Thank God for social media. Thank God for YouTube. Okay. Good morning, Daphne. Good morning. Okay. Good morning, D. Reese. This morning, last night, as tired as I was, I got an opportunity to talk to my girl, CMT. We hadn't talked in a while because life has been life, and you know what I mean? Life has been life, and I hadn't had an opportunity to talk to her. And I have not opportunity to talk to a lot of people, but one person I do talk to more often now is Rosie, because she gets up real early in the morning, and I can always make a phone call to Rosie and say, "Hey, Rose," and I know she's up. Other people I don't have the opportunity. Good morning, ghetto superstar. Good morning. Um, so I had an opportunity last night to talk to my girl CMT. If you guys know, most of my thumbnails, she's the one who does all my thumbnails, right? Life has been life in for her. She has had death in her family and just stuff. So folks made up some crap that, oh, CMT left me. No, she did not leave me. She's not a fair weather friend. I have had those too. Okay, I've had fair weather friends, and some of them are no longer on my channel, but that's okay. Tia, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, you guys know me. I am very, very, very transparent. Very. I'm so transparent is to a fault. Sorry. So, so if anything is really happening in my YouTube life or channel life, you guys will know it because I'm going to tell it. You know what I'm saying? Um, so to those who thought CMT left me, no, she did not leave me. It's just life is life, and things are different, meaning that I've been traveling back and forth. Some of you guys been on here every single day. You know how I travel back and forth to Jersey to here, right? And I'm not rambling. I'm just trying to get everything that I want to talk to you guys about this morning out, and it all fits in with this whole Diddy trial thing, right? So so to correct those folks, CMT is still around. That's still my girl. She's still doing thumbnails for me. Because I'm on the go, I'm not able to put those thumbnails because I'm going live straight from YouTube stuff, right? And I'm not a expert of this stuff, so I just been saving her thumbnails, and hopefully I'll get them put up after this, right? Excuse me. I know, my allergies is bothering me this morning. Okay, so that's why I'm making all this funny noise. So please, those who get disgusted about me with these and all that, please forgive me. Okay, please forgive me. But anyway, so the haters in the bush, CMT is still around. Okay, I got that out the way. Okay. Um, the other thing I want to talk about is my title. I'm in New York covering the Diddy trial. And why do I stand out from others? My numbers are not high. My income is not incoming on YouTube. So why do I stand out differently from others? I'm going to tell you why. God has given me such a beautiful gift a beautiful calling on my life. And that calling is to be able to relate to people, to be able to connect with people in a special way, in an authentic special way, not the phony um fake stuff, not the phony fake stuff. And that's why a lot of people can't stand me, because every single case that I've covered, every single case that I've covered, God allows me to connect with the people. I'm talking about the people that are involved in it, both sides. I'm able to, and for some strange reason, I'm not going to say strange reason, it's God given reason, they seek me out and they connect with me. Okay. They connect with me, right? And that's every single case. Every single case that I have ever covered, God has given me that opportunity for those that are involved in case, whether it's the family members, whether it's the victim's family members, or whatever. He has given me a gift that people seek me out because they see the realness, the authenticity in me, the nurturing side of me, the part that really, really, really wants to see the best in every situation. Okay. When I start a case, I always pray for every individual involved in it. I pray for family members. I really get on my knees, guys, and really pray. Even when I'm traveling across the highway, I pray for the driver of the bus, the people. It's like my time that I connect with God. Okay. So CMT, I already told them. Good morning. I already told them. I told them that I haven't been putting up your thumbnails, and all the folks in the bushes that thought that you left me. I try to tell them you didn't leave me. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Oh, don't start making me cry now. Don't make me cry. Thank you for the blessing you just gave me. Thank you. Don't do this, y'all. Don't do this to me this morning. Don't do this, okay? Don't do this. Not that I don't want y'all to give me the money, but don't make me cry. Please don't make me cry. Don't make me cry. I'm trying to get over this, okay? Don't do this to me. Not this morning. I'm trying to tell you something, okay? Hold on. Hold on a minute.
She got the cam rolling tight, can you see it? Streaming the truth live from where they decree it. Sylvia speaks, no filter, no buffer. Courtroom drama couldn't get any tougher.
When the gavel's first bang, to the witness stands tears. Sylvia's lens captures all your hopes and fears. Uploading justice one trial at a time. Tuning every moment, edges sublime.
Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Faces tell stories, the courtroom can't hide. Sylvia's insights cut through the divide. From jury talks to the lawyer's secret. In Sylvia's world, you know you'll need it. Behind the scenes where whispers secrets laid bare to see. Stay curious with Sylvia Spree. Every objection, every sharp retort, Sylvia's there to give you the report. Exclusive footage no one else can snag, from catchy headlines straight to the tag. Welcome to the Sylvia Show. Oh yeah, she's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show. Oh yeah, she's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show.
Places tell.
All right, now. Can I get through with what I'm gonna say, please? Please, y'all. I have something to say, and it's not a regular. I'm not doing a regular video, so I might just hide this video afterwards, because it's not one of those videos that YouTube worthy, I guess. Not a YouTube worthy video, but it's just from the heart. I want to just talk to you guys, okay? I forgot where I was at. I just finished talking to CMT, and also thank you so much. I appreciate it. But as I was saying, that God has given me a gift to be able to connect, to be able to relate. Every single case that I have ever covered, people misconstrue God's gifting for me getting involved in people's case, right? I'm gonna give you an example. The Nesto case. You guys see that I've gone to, he invited me to come and pray for him, and how I have a real connection with Sonia. In fact, yesterday I got a video, a message from her, and her and I truly have a sisterhood relationship. I accept her for who she is, no matter how many flaws she may have. Flaws. They're going to say, oh, she said the word wrong. Flaws, okay? FLAWS. Flaws that she has, or how many flaws that I have, right? We could still be sisters. We could still connect. We could still nurture one another through God's given spirit. She says she's atheist, but that does not stop me from showing God's love to her. God is love, and that's who God made me to be, is to love people, to love them so much that they will be drawn to him. And that's why half of the time I don't care what people think about me, as far as me having love for individual who they feel deemed unlovable. Everybody deserves love, and love is an action word. Love is a word that even when you don't feel like showing, you show. And me, I'm a very authentic, real person. I'm not fake. I'm not phony. The way you see me on this live is the same Sylvia you will see in person. The hugs, the attention, or the you ask Coco. You ask anybody who actually have met me in person. So, and I'm saying all of this because folks have come and they have made comments on my comment board, or that, oh, why you there? You're not getting numbers, but I'm not there for numbers. I'm not there for money, because if I was there for money, the first day I got here and I was not getting any money from YouTube, I would have left. But let me tell you how awesome God is and why I know for a fact that I'm supposed to be here. Um, Me and my sister, my Sandra is my youngest sister. And you guys know from my story that I was raised in foster care, right? Me and my biological siblings never really been in a household. This is first time I'm in a household with Sandra. You know, my little sister here. This is the first time I've ever stayed with her this long period of time. So God has restored relationship. And it's not any of our fault that we didn't live with each other, but God has, you know, I came here because thinking it's just for the Diddy trial, but God is restoring relationship between me and my sister that we never had, right? And I'm okay. I'm getting ready with this crying thing, but sometimes we may think we're doing something for one thing, and then it end up being something else. You get what I'm saying? And this morning I had sent her a message after I finished praying. I sent Sandra a message because her and her daughter just left. I sent her a message and I said, "Thank you, sis. Thank you for loving me enough to allow me to stay in your house." You know, you understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Those who understand me, put a one in the chat, can understand what I'm saying. God has given me so much just from this trial alone, y'all. So freaking much. It's blowing my mind. It's blowing my mind, okay? Not only this relationship, but my mother and I relationship, right? He's restoring some of that money can never, ever, ever buy. And then I'm thinking about the stuff that Diddy's going through with all this freaking money this man has, all of this, and he still have so much pain. You get what I'm saying? And people are gravitated to him, not for him, but for what he has. Do you guys understand all of this, the dynamics that I'm talking about at this whole case? People, you know, I need some amens in here that folks that understand what I'm talking about. I need some of you guys to tell me you can relate to what I'm saying. And not only that, y'all remember yesterday, right? Yesterday, I was one of the, remember in my video, if you go back and watch the video that I have, I did, you guys, because of God's giving me relationship, he's given me connection. He's given me people who given like, I can't say secret, but the in crowd. Remember we were talking about that yesterday? The in crowd, they give me information. I know so much, right? I know so much that if I shared some of the stuff with you that people had shared with me, it would blow your mind. You'd be like, "Oh wow, how did you get that? How do you know this? How you got that guy?" And I even told you about the transcript situation, right? Right? Oh boy, tried to shut it down, and God gave me another avenue that I'm getting transcripts every day. I told you about that. And I'm just telling you how awesome God is. It's just so much in my head right now. I can't even share it all. You get what I'm saying? Okay. And also his family. And I don't look at them. I'm not a celebrity stricken person, and I don't care about somebody's celebrityism. The reason why I get these people and videos because you guys want it. Half the time I screw it up and I don't show y'all the video because people complained yesterday. "Oh, why you can't get a stand? Why you," instead of being appreciative and saying, "Oh, she stood out there till the man came, Kanye came till he came," and No, they want to complain. They want to complain how terrible videotaker I am and stuff like that. Well, anyway, the reason why I didn't have a stand, I lost my stand. I don't know where the heck I lost it at. I lost my real camera. I lost a lot of stuff since I've been here. Okay, I just want to tell you that. But anyway, so that's the reason why I didn't focus on it right. And I'm not a celebrity stricken person, so all y'all that mad at me, go to the other channel and see those videos, okay? Right. But anyway, so that's one of the reasons why I did not take a break. And Sylvia, I'm very proud of your growth. Thank you. Proud of my growth. I understand, sister. I know people's use you. I understand what Diddy's feeling with. I pray for the Combs family. Sylvia was out there with other person as to waiting just to give y'all Kanye Snoop, and they were only two to know. Exactly. And then I see people lying, saying they talked. Okay, first of all, those who saying they talked to Kanye is lying. Okay, the only thing Kanye say is hi. And I did get the opportunity to say hi because I was on the line right behind him when they were doing his because remember I ran in after I shut my thing down, and when he went through the metal detector, right, because I was the second person because it was another lady, but I went on the line right behind him because they have like 4 lines, so they put me right at the line right behind his, and he was still on the edge of the thing while they were asking him for his phone and getting the count that he has, how many digital items he had. So anybody that's been in that courtroom, there's like four rows of metal detector spot, and he was on row number 1, and they had me to stand on the row right behind him. So while I was waiting, he was still on the edge. They was getting his stuff, he was checking through his pockets and stuff like that. And so anybody says that he talked to them, that's a lie. Okay, because what happened is when he was going through, they told the other deputies just hold off from anybody else coming through because they wanted to get him out the way. And then when they got him out the way, they took him to another floor, and then that's how they continue everything, right? So that's what happened because you guys saw I was out there and I shut it down. Okay, so I know folks are saying, "Oh, I got a chance to talk to Kanye." No, the only person that was inside that floor in 23 was the ABC channel lady. She was the only one up there because I thought they were going to let him go to the main floor of the 26, but they didn't allow him to come up there because first of all, it would have been disruptive, right? And then the attorney Donaldson, he came out there. Y'all guys saw him. He came out there and he tried to put his name on there, and I guess they wouldn't let him or something like that. Because I don't know the details by that, so I don't want to lie. Okay. I don't want to tell a lie on that. But so all these extra, if I told you guys the truth about some of this stuff, y'all be like, what? A lot of folks do stuff for clicks and views. I just want to tell you that. And I'm just not that one for the clicks and views. Okay. Kanye did not have a sit down conversation with anybody. If you hear it, it's not true. He did not have a sit down conversation with anybody. In fact, those people were not around when he came through the gate. You guys saw the person that actually knew everything was happening was the TMZ young lady. She's the one that was standing out there, and she's the one to and the information I got about him being there, it didn't come from her. It came from one of the people in his camp. Okay, God has blessed me with the opportunity for them to even connect with me. You guys seen it, right? But it's not for me to toot any horn or anything like that. It's just God's favor. That's it. That's all. And God's favor does not mean for me to exploit in any kind of way. I don't. That's not the purpose, and it's not the reason for that. The shame that they lie, y'all. The lies that's being said, and let me just shut up. But anyway, and this live is not to expose or to bash or anything. It's just to show you God's goodness, and for whoever is might be going through the why God, or when God, or how God, that type of thing. It's for you to have some sort of hope, and to be appreciative of what you have right now, to be grateful for the blessings, and to count every single blessing that you have. Money does not bring you happiness. Chasing the dollar does not fulfill your life. The biggest fulfillment in life is to have a real, authentic relationship with God. That's all it's. Count the small things. Appreciate the little things that God has blessed you with. And if you can be grateful, and He can trust you with the little things, He'll give you much more. He'll give you much more. Find that silver lining in your situation where you are right now. I'm just going to give you an example. Like if you, let me see, let me give you an example. Like if you have a broken car, right? And your car always giving you problems every single day. You should look at every single blessing that you have in that particular car. It's getting you around. Thank God for the ability to be able to get around. Thank God for not having to walk every single day. And even if you have to walk, thank God for the exercise that He's given you to be able to walk and lose the weight or get healthier. Think of those little things and start being grateful for those things. Find the things to be grateful for, and stop complaining. Stop complaining, because you don't know. You might be wishing to have that Mercedes Benz or whatever luxury car there is, and then more problems. You get what I'm saying by that? Be grateful. Be grateful for where you are. Look at every opportunity to be grateful and thank God for that. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't always have to be the biggest bang, because you don't know what the biggest bang those people are going through. The deception that they have to keep living by, and the fakeness, and the empty household, or the empty life that they have. But you're looking at them and thinking, hey, this person got this going on. Look at Diddy, y'all. Look at Diddy. Do you want your sexual life to be exposed? Is it worth all that money? And some people might say, yeah, it is worth it. But to me, it's not worth it. The secrets that he have been paying to keep quiet, to keep secret, is still being out there. Do you understand what I'm saying by that? Everybody wishing they have all this luxury and all this money. Money only buys you, makes things easier in life. Some people are like, okay, I don't want to struggle. Okay. Sometimes the struggles helps you to appreciate and see God in everything. That's why sometimes, even with me getting up in the morning at 3:00 in the morning, do I want to get up at 3:00 and have to fall asleep with you guys every night when I'm doing a live? No, I don't want to do that. I want to be able to get an Uber and buy a line sitter and pay the lines. I don't have that luxury, but you know what? As I walk down that dark road every single morning, I thank God for the safety that He's given me. I thank God for the people that I meet on the bus, even that old man that get on my nerve. You know what I'm saying? I thank God for the people. Look, I would have never met Josh. Josh just started popping up on my channel. If I wasn't coming up that early in the morning, I wouldn't have a Joshua. You get what I'm saying by that? And I have connected with some people that I see every single morning in my chat. And I'm like, Lord, bless Coco, bless this person, bless that person. Because I become very familiar with those people that comes into my life. And I say, Lord, I'm praying for them, praying for whatever thing that is going on in their family, praying for their health. I'm praying for this. And I use that for opportunity to see God. Had I not been walking every morning, had I not been taking the train back and forth to Jersey from New York, I would have never met some of you guys. I would have never met, and that's why I have to sit here and count my blessing because I have so much to be grateful for. You know, I'm not sitting here complaining I don't have the numbers and stuff like that. Yes, would I love to have those high numbers? Yes, I would. Would I want to make the struggle a little bit easier? Yes, I would. But it's not time. It's not time. Oh, she mailed me a new song. Look at my girl. Look at it. She's here, y'all. My girl is still here. All haters in the bushes, y'all thought that CMT left me. No, she did not. So there. CMT not leaving until God says time for her to leave. There's some people who are part of my channel ain't leaving until God said leave. Before then, they stuck with me. They are stuck with me like glue. Okay, and we don't have any kind of glue remover right now. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you that no glue remover. She emailed me a song, and I just want to tell you guys what revelation I got this morning. I'm gonna give you guys what revelation I got this morning. Okay, you know me. I do complain, y'all. I'm gonna be honest. I do complain. I do get upset. I do get like, why, Lord? Why this person making this? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I'm human. I do. Okay. And I'm like, Lord, my numbers. I get up early in the morning. In fact, I'm the one stood out there to wait for Kanye, and I don't got no numbers. Why, Lord? Why? 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 And you know what? He always remind me of who he is in my life. I hear the voice now. Not the voice I think I'm crazy, no, but the voice, everybody has God speaking to them. And he speaks to me in my heart. And he basically is telling me, stop complaining. Who is your source? And I'm like, you are, Lord. You're my sources. So shut up, Sylvia. Stop complaining and do the work, right? He said, why do people come into your channel? Why do the same people come into your channel? And he started sharing with me. He started sharing some of the conversation I've had with different people. I've had conversation with Coco. Coco, sorry for telling your business, like me and you talk. I have conversation of what I had with CMT, conversation I've had with Rosie. And these people have said the same thing in different ways. Different ways they have said the same thing. People come to your channel. This is me saying it in my own way. They didn't say it that way, but I'm just going to tell you. They said, Sylvia, people come to you because you're giving them something that they can relate to. You're giving them the real stuff. You're not faking it. You're giving them something they can relate to. And one person said sometimes people don't want to really feel the stuff because they understand the struggle. Some of them going through something, and you are the one who have sat there, you have prayed for them. You've been real. And that's what they appreciate about you, Sylvia. And they say, keep doing what you're doing. Don't give up. And then one person told me, Sylvia, if you don't go on live in the morning, I'm lost. I don't know what to do. I'm like, this is somewhat too much pressure on me, y'all. Because then I can't be selfish. I can't be like, oh, I'm not going on them. Or they get on my nerve. I can't do that, right? But here's what happened last night. After I got off the phone with CMT, which I fell asleep on her a couple of times while she was talking to me. She's talking and talking and talking, and I'm so freaking tired, y'all. And I'm like, having half of our conversation, I think I was dreaming. I don't know if she was really saying some of the stuff that she said, but she got off the phone. She's like, "Well, I'm gonna let you go." And I had the phone in my hand. I don't even know if she hung up or if I hung up. I don't know which way it went, but I remember. I don't know if it was our conversation. I remember I got up like in the middle of the night and I get a little message, right? Listen, y'all, I got this little message. I'm gonna play for y'all because I know I got to show proof. I get this little message and it was from Sonia, right? Right? And she sent me these videos, right? And in the message it says still playing on my phone. I'm like, still playing on my phone? Okay. And I had not, Sonia and I used to do our Friday night conversation, and folks would take our stuff and use it for their content because they're not original, they don't have no content, so they use mine. So that's one of the reasons why Sonia and I don't do Friday nights anymore, because we stopped feeding those people in their channel. We didn't want to feed them anymore because that's all they kept using is our content, right? So one of those people, y'all, I just want to share something with y'all. One of those people who used Sonia and I contact started sending her phone thing, messing with her. Now listen to this, y'all. Listen, Sonia sent this to me last night. Sonia sent me this last night. Look at this. This is the phone. Look a hot mess, but look, this is the phone right here, right? So she sent this to me last night. She said, still playing phone. So this content creator, I know I'm all over the place. Y'all know I'm scatterbrained, but anyway, this content creator decides to, because they want the Friday night content. Friday night was yesterday, and Sonia and I usually get on there and we used to do our things and have conversation with each other, and they're missing the money and they need the help, right? So they're trying. Hey, oh my God, look at my best friend right here. The podcast with Soul. Sean G is in the house. Thank you, Sean. Y'all, a lot of new subscribers I have came from Sean, and Sean is the most authentic individual. He's real, he's not phony. Y'all, say hi to Sean G. He's so real, y'all. He's the one that's, thank you, Sean, for your new people that you had blessed me with. But anyway, get back to Sonia, right? So Sonia sent me this little text, right? In the text, she goes, because they missing content, y'all. We've been their content for so long, right? And they don't have content. So now they playing with the woman's phone. And listen to this. This is what they left on her voicemail. If you guys can hear this, listen to this. Look, listen. They leaving voicemail on her phone. Listen what they say.
It's gotta suck. I'm sure it does.
Right? Hold on. There's more. Hold on. They keep playing with her phone. Hold on.
Sonia girl, how's that RV life working out for you?
Sonia's not going on. Sonia's not with me on my live anymore. So they contacting her, harassing her on her phone because they don't have content. They don't have content. But anyway. So what was I saying, y'all? I can't remember what I was saying. Oh, God. I just forgot what I was talking about. out. Lord Jesus, help me, Lord. Bring it back to my head. I can't remember what I was talking about with you guys. Oh, what was I saying? Somebody help me out. What was I talking about? Oh, look at this. Oh, Sean, thank you, sweetheart. Authenticity is the highest vibration in the universe. Yes, it is. Okay, I forgot what I was. Okay, Friday night, we were their content. Lady Leo, don't laugh at me. You know, y'all know me. I be forgetting stuff. Come on now. I be forgetting stuff that I said. Yeah, I was at Friday night content. Now they don't have. Now they harassing the woman on her phone. They're harassing her, and she, they want content. They're harassing the poor woman. Thank you guys. The podcast was so. Yeah. So Sean and I, I think we make a great couple. I mean, not couple like in boyfriend and girlfriend, but couple of stuff because we're both telling you the facts of what's happening in the case. It looks like we're in different courtroom from other people, but we're just giving you the facts without the fluff, you know. They keep saying, "I wish Ponytail would go away." They did, and now they start. I mean, they keep calling her numbers. They keep calling her number and leaving her voicemail and all that kind of stuff because they're waiting to get information. We used to give information out to them. Your mental is what's important. Since 2019, I have been following you. I have not joined anyone's channel yet because of my financials, and I do send when I can help you. Thank you, lovely lady, Sean G. and Sylvia Media Group. Yeah, we know who is authentic in the content and seen it when I went to the Diddy trial. The lounge. Don't say too much. But anyway, defense is about to get up, y'all. Defense is coming up next week. Defense, guys. You guys know I am on the side of what's right. Right. I'm on the side of true justice, fair justice, and I don't care what it looks like. Okay. I'm not for the rumors, right? I'm not for the rumors. I'm not for the fake stuff. I'm not for. Here's the problem with the main media. There's always a particular agenda they want to bring forth, right? And they will push that agenda for us to believe, right? That's where we have to do our own homework. Prior to me coming to this Diddy trial, first of all, here's my disclaimer. I don't have any music of Diddy. I don't listen to Diddy's music. And all the stuff that I was hearing before was rumors that I heard. And I never made an opinion of the man because I never followed his music. So I don't know anything about his music. Thank you, Dr. G, you and Sean G. Thank you. Does that mean I got to split my $20? Sanji, I owe you $10. So, Sean, I'll give you your $10, okay? But anyway, as I was saying, I don't know the man. I have nothing against the man. And I'm not going to sit around and bash anybody. I don't know the lifestyle. To me, and this is my opinion here, I think it's disgusting, some of the stuff that I heard in the courtroom. But it's not everything, because there's always two sides to a story. His side have not been spoken yet, and hopefully we'll get a chance to hear his side of the story. From what the government has had claimed, I was looking for something that was like bang, like some outrageous stuff. I mean, we saw the video of him beating that young lady up, and it was terrible. It was horrible. It was disgusting. It was But I expected this case to be something like mobster stuff. And I'm just being serious, not stuff that was pinned together to make it seem like that. Because if you have to search that hard for us to see certain things in that case, that means that's not a real full case. It should be just evidence, blatant evidence that, hey, this is it. Not trying to figure out, oh, is this corroborative or is this coerced? Or we should be able to say, that's coerced, period. Dr. G represent. Amen. Thank you. That's what we should be able to see, y'all. So, you guys know I am a still diehard fan. You know why? Because I spent 2 years with these attorneys. 2 years I've spent with these attorneys, and I've seen Steele on a one-on-one, personal, authentic position. Not him as a lawyer, but him as Brian Steele, the person. We have broken bread together. He has offered me fruits. When I was in that room, he has offered me, we sat there looking each other's face and got to know each other, you know. So that's why I follow whatever case he has done, because if Steele is taking a case, I told you guys this before, if Steele is taking a case, it's because he believes the charges are not correct. And let me tell you, Mr. Steele has this moral compass. People thinking he just take cases for the money. No, he has a moral compass. That moral compass is that if the person that he feels is deemed to have the truth told, he's going to work it. Okay? And let me tell you the type of person he is. Okay? There was a person that was giving out freebie, right? And he was like, no, he says, I got enough. Give it to somebody who really needs it. They were giving him something that, you know, like, I can't tell you what it was, but they were giving him something. He says, no, just give it to somebody who really needs it. He says, I have enough. That's somebody with character. That's somebody with character. And folks don't know. They think that he's just taking this case because he wants the money or needs the money. Mr. Steele do not need that money. Trust me. He does very well in the state of Georgia. People sought him out like crazy. He does what is right, meaning that he took the case because he felt that there is something not right with the charges. He didn't say that Diddy's a choir boy. He didn't say that. No. He said the government is overcharging this man. That's why he's there. Not because, and a lot of people are, why he take this? And I can't stand because y'all can't stand Diddy. But you know what? Fair is fair. Everybody deserves a fair trial, y'all. Everybody deserves a fair trial. Everybody, every single one of us. And not to try to minimize the situation and what has happened, but y'all take a look at this. I'm gonna bring up the guy. I don't even know the Finch guy. I can't even say the name. Aubrey Finch. Remember that guy? The one who is deemed incapable of holding up for trial. Remember him? The one that they gave a bond to, who has a RICO, who allegedly did a lot of things to underage children, right? But they did not deem Bill Cosby incapable of being on trial. Bill Cosby was half blind, 80-something years old. What did they do? They put him in jail, right? Right? Fair justice. That's all I want. Fair justice for all. Not just one. Fair justice for all. And if you guys don't like me because I want fair justice for Diddy, oh well. Thank you for visiting this channel, but bye. I want fair justice for all. That's all I want. I want the system to not see a person in a certain color. And I don't care how much money a black person have or a brown person have, they're still going to be given less of a chance than anybody else. And that's the fact. That's a fact. And every time somebody bring me some crap, I'm going to say, look at the Finch guy. He was given a bond. He was given a $50 million bond, but Diddy couldn't get a bond. And Diddy had willing participant on his thing. Finch guy has children. He got a bond. That's all I'm saying, y'all. That's all I'm saying. And don't come at me with this, but Diddy did this. Diddy had willing participant. You heard it in the trial. He had willing participant. Willing participant. And y'all heard it they were on the witness stand and they said it. Okay? Willing participant. They may not like it, but they were willing to do it. They were love contract and all that kind of stuff. Come on now. Stop it. And they were in babies. Of age willing participant. Come on now. And I know y'all don't like me for that. I don't know the man. I think the stuff that they do is disgusting, but that's on them. I can't regulate what somebody do in their bedroom. That's something I wouldn't do. But that means they got to take down all porns and all that kind of stuff. They got to take that down. They got to take on the that industry, the sex industry. They got to take on to that because they're allowing this. They have all these kind of videos and He had more power over Cassie with her record deal, but Jane Doe, she was in love with money and plastic surgery. All right, speak it, CMT. CMT don't say too much because they'll come after you next. Tell the truth, y'all. Didn't you think when you first heard him of this case, y'all, didn't y'all think you would get more than what you're getting? Didn't y'all think it would have been more? Sean G, didn't it seem like it would have been more? Let me put the link in here for those who want to come up in here. Wouldn't you guys think it was more? Didn't you expect more than what you're hearing in this case? And they're almost finished. They're almost finished. Didn't y'all think it would be more that you was expecting some stuff, underage kids and all this stuff? Didn't y'all think it would be more? Hefner. They never messed with him. And he had a whole sex trafficking ring. Underage. And don't tell me he didn't have any underage because those ladies are telling it all now. The twins were a 17-year-old in the state of California is 18. Then that 16-year-old and didn't what's her name pose for them too? The hustler. What was that young lady? She was 10 years old. Coco, tell it, Coco. Coco JB. I mean, it's some disgusting stuff that I heard. I don't care who you are. I ain't gonna sleep with 2 or 3, 4 men. And heck no, no, but you can't make me either. I'll be out that door. If I will find another job, I'll find another job. I definitely find another. And don't come at me to my victim shame. I'm not shaming nobody. I'm not shaming nobody. You do have a choice as an adult. You do have a choice to say yes or no. You have a choice. That choice is, hey, this not working out for me. I don't care about this money. I don't care about this lifestyle. I'm out. And I know people say, okay, we'll give it to them for Cassie. Okay, we'll give it. Okay, what about the others? What about the others? Oh, Jason said Adam 22 is allowing men to sleep with his wife while he watch. It's some weird stuff in Hollywood. Weird stuff. The love of money is the root of all evil. Yep. 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 Can you imagine how he feels? The stuff that he's been trying to keep secret, the stuff that he's been like, hey, don't tell, using fake name Jack Black, no Frank Black, right? Using all Frankie Black, or I think that's the name, something FB. All this time he'd been trying to keep things secret, and for it to be exposed in a trial, ooh. I guarantee he feel like climbing underneath the table sometime, but he have to sit there with his face up, held up high, and say, "Hey, I am disgusting." And let me stop. That's not. I'm sorry. Don't come after me. But I'm just saying, y'all. Imagine all this time. Yes, I feel sorry for his daughters. Have to. That's why they're not there anymore. I don't blame. I don't blame them. Please don't bring my girls back over here. No, because it's not cool. Imagine his mama got to sit there and listen to her son. I'm sure he probably is ashamed now because he thought he would never get. Yes, he thought he'd never get out there, get caught with that stuff like that. I agree. And y'all, prayerfully, this will make some changes, and he will make some changes in his life on how he treat women. He probably needs to take a class on how to respect women and things like that. Respect a relationship and have a decent, wholesome relationship. I don't know if he can learn that because once you get at an age, it's hard to teach you because you guys be trying to tell me something and I don't want to hear it, right? So hopefully this will be a lesson learned for him that there's changes that needs to be made in his life. And I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm not a judge or jury on anything, but maybe this will kind of spark a change. How did he pick which side chick were allowed to have babies? He even gave an extra 50,000 to keep it quiet. Yeah, Jason, that 50,000. You wasted that 50,000. You wasted that 50,000 because it's in the open. He had a whole. Could you imagine the sexual diseases that has gone between different people? Now, come on now. He's like 54. He's not likely to change. That's what I said, Coco. Didn't I just say it just like me when y'all try to tell me something I ain't going to listen? Didn't I say that? Coco, I did say that. I did. We hard-headed. Once we get a certain age, I don't want to hear it. Ask DMT. Ask people that try to tell me what to do. The minute they try to tell me what to do, I'll be like, But let me tell you, lesson learned will be a good teacher every time. We're set in our own way. That's right, Tyler. Once you pass 50, you don't give a dang. Would you pay Jane rent? Would y'all still pay Jane's rent? Because she hasn't done any freak offs. That was part of the love contract, wasn't it? Would y'all still pay, fellas? Would you still pay her rent? Fellas in the chat, would y'all still pay her rent? I said, fella. Oh, they go to lounge. Hey, hon.
Hey, how are
How
you?
are you? I'm fine. How are you?
I am doing great. I am great. It's so happy. I'm so happy that I was able to join and come in. But shout out to everybody. And I do want to say, because you know, me and Jamil went out there. Of course, we've seen you. And what you're saying is very, very true. You know, you're doing the best reporting. Even the podcast with a soul, me and Jamil watch him. But I did want to touch on the thing about Kanye West because there was.
You got to unmute. Can't hear you. You muted.
Can you hear me?
You broke up. Say it again.
Okay, I'm sorry because I'm on my phone, so it cut off. But no, I said, you know, I'm not here to bash anybody, but what you're saying about the Kanye thing, because I have other content creators that, you know, is out there still. And when they were saying that they seen Kanye, they talked to him, waved to him, and all this stuff, and I'm like, wait, hold up, wait a minute. They said Kanye West went into another courtroom.
Hello.
So I'm like, no, this person is not out there perpetrating a fraud, but we all know they always be perpetrating a fraud.
I'm sorry for laughing, but thank you, Lounge. Go ahead. Keep telling. Don't keep going. Lounge, we lost you again. Lounge, see, so they try to cut Lounge off.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, so when it cuts, like when the thing, you know, closes out, it'll stop. But I'll just keep tapping the screen. But
Okay.
yeah, when I seen that, I was like, oh my God. You know, if people are like, you know, wanting to be like, I don't know, a news reporter, and they're not. You know, we are content creators. You know, the last time I checked, I know I don't have a degree in being a news anchor or anything. We are all content creators. We are just, you know, going out there and, you know, kind of reporting what we see. You know, we're not guided by the news channel, you know, their laws or whatever, rules or whatever. But I don't like the fact.
Oh, see, they taking you off every time you get ready to say something about that. They take her off. Tap your screen.
Okay, let me keep tapping the screen to make sure my screen doesn't go off, because when it goes blank, I guess it cuts me out. But can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, I said last time, you know, I checked, you know, I have my degree, but my degree is not as a news anchor or no you know, news person or whatever. So we're all out there, content creators. You know, me and my baby Jamil Peterson, Mr. I Am Comedy, we were out there getting the content too. But it was like, you know, people are reporting what they want to report and sending off this fantasy, you know, kind of perpetrating a fraud. And I just don't think that's right, you know. So I say to you and also to the podcast with a soul, because me and Jamil watch him too. You know, y'all are doing great work. When I seen the fact that I'm like, where is the videos at? Where is, you know, these different attorneys and this, you know, person that said they seen this, you know, video, or they have a video of an A-list and they were subpoenaed to court. I'm like, where is all of that at, you know? And when I didn't see that, that's when my mind started changing. Because even me and Jamil, he was like, you know, he had his thoughts about it. I had my thoughts. I'm like, no, Diddy, we all know Diddy's a monster, right? But Diddy holds no allegiance to nobody. So I feel like it was a bunch of girls, you know, girlfriends, you know, they were, you know, salty about what happened, you know, however they feel the relationship went sour with Diddy. And now it's like when they want to, at their convenience, they want to throw this you know, oh, it's me card in. And it's like, you know, like I said, we all know Diddy put the hands, the feet, the elbows on people, kettlebells, chairs, and everything else. You know, allegedly slapped his mom. He holds no allegiance to nobody. They were all, even they said, you know, with Jane Doe, that you know, she signed a love contract. So let's be for real, let's be honest. It's really about money at the end of the day.
Okay.
And from what I'm hearing, from what, you know, her being on this certain website, that kind of sets the precedence on her anyway. And well, let me back it up. The way when her testimony first started, she said, they asked, how did you meet Diddy? She met Diddy from her friend. She was on a trip with her friend that was dating Diddy. So that tells you what type of girl she is. I call them juicy girls. I don't know if y'all heard what a juicy girl is, but she is a juicy girl. You know, her in particular, she was on a cruise, whatever vacation with her friend and Diddy, and next thing you know, she's dating Diddy. So it tells you what kind. I would never do that to a friend, you know. So it tells you what kind of lifestyle they are in. So now she didn't get no ring. Diddy holds no allegiance to her or none of the other ones, and now she's mad, you know. And Diddy's still paying her rent, but I think that's like a game in itself. But yeah, so I wanted to tell you, keep doing what you're doing. You know, my numbers don't be numbering either. Sylvia, but it's okay. We have to keep on going. We have to stay strong. We have to keep on going. We got to keep on pushing. And, you know, God's going to bless us all, you know?
Exactly, exactly. You know, and I was telling them my blessing is like my sister opened up her house for me to stay in, and I told you we never lived in together because you know I was raised in foster care and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So it's like an opportunity for us to build our relationship, our family relationship. And I'm like, look at this. The whole time I'm gonna be here. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And
Yes.
not pay a dime, y'all. Not
Yes.
pay a dime. So you know I'm blessed.
You see how God, he worked that all out for you, right? He worked out, he was like, Sylvia, don't you worry about a thing. I got you. Look, Psalms 91, the canopy of protection. I'm gonna shed my blood all over you. You just go, you do what you love to do, get that content, and everything else will fall into place. And see, what I also say too with a lot of these other, like, you know, big content creators, I'm not hating on nobody, but just like with Diddy, you know, Diddy had everything. He had yachts, he had houses, he had all the women, all the money. But look at where he's at now. He is being taken down. So God will give you something, and as soon as he has given it to you, he can also take it away. And this is a prime example. We have people out here, you know, trying to, you know, be, you know, acting, you know, all like they all that and stuff like that. I mean, talk about people, but the same way he gave it to them, he could take it away from them too. You know, we are all out here trying to get content. We are all out here trying to do the best we can, you know, no shade to anybody, but, you know, at the same time, you know, don't be out there lying and perpetrating a fraud to, you know, get, you know, misleading people. That's all I'm gonna say. Misleading people and telling people fantasy stories or whatever that you see fit. You know, it's always good. Like my mom always used to say, tell the truth, shame the devil. You know, be truthful, and it's okay. We all have opinions on it, right? Like I
Yeah.
said, me and Jamil, we were kind of like on the different end of the stick with, you know, with the thoughts of it. And then when I started seeing things unfold, you know, I was like, oh, my thoughts have really shifted. I'm like, these is juicy girls who are upset. They couldn't get the ring. They couldn't be number one. Everybody was fighting to be number one. They were like running a race that was never ever gonna end. So, you know, we have to look at it that and see, you know, how these women were like, and I'm not saying like with Cassie, we know Cassie was young, but this other juicy girl, Jane Doe, she was an
31.
older woman. She wasn't like she was a spring chicken fresh from out her mama house, you know. She was an older woman and she was already with the smoke when she was with Diddy when she met him. So we have to take that into context. But I say to you, and the podcast of Soul and everybody out there, that was awesome and great. Even Queen Queen Shakur Amadea. I think she's wonderful, beautiful. I, you know, linked up with her when me and Jamil was out there too. Y'all are doing a great job and continue to do a great job because God got you. He got all of us, the ones that are, you know, reporting this stuff and not trying to, you know, make these stories, you know, fantasy stories, perpetrating a fraud. Y'all are doing what y'all reporting, what it is. Because like I said, I was in the courtroom and I was in the main courtroom. And I was also in overflow one day, but y'all are reporting what it is and not trying to, you know, put it to where y'all are trying to throw off this spin off this you know, fairy tale narrative. But y'all, shout out to y'all, keep doing what y'all doing. I wish I could have, you know, came back out there, but I'm like, the courthouse on the outside is getting crazy out there.
Yes, it's dangerous at some point. That
Yeah.
lady took up that chair yesterday. I was like, Lord Jesus,
Oh
don't
my
hit the
goodness.
fucking chair.
Oh my God, I didn't see that, but I see how so many people are out there being content. I'm going through people's, you know, kind of, you know, channels and seeing how it's going out there. Yeah, it is getting wild. So you guys be careful out there. I love you and
Love
keep
you
doing
too.
what you do. God got you. Psalms 91, the canopy of protection, honey.
Thank
Just
you. I'm gonna keep reading that one every day. I
yeah,
need
yeah.
it.
Psalms 91, the canopy of protection. Continue to do great things, and it's gonna all, you know, work itself out.
Amen. Thank you so much, Lounge. I appreciate it. It's wonderful meeting you in
Yes.
person. It was wonderful meeting you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all have a great day. And I'm staying on. I'm just gonna pull back down.
Okay. All right.
Love
All
you.
right.
Right.
Love
Bye.
you too. Bye bye. I see somebody waiting with the name unknown. I do not let people up unless I know who it is. Show your face, and I'll let you up. If not, I won't let you up. Whoever is unknown, show your face. Unknown, show your face. Oh, okay. I see unknown. Okay. I'm letting you up. Hey, unknown.
Hey.
Hi.
No, one thing I really wanted to talk about, and I know that a lot of people have been mentioning her name, and Simone made a really good point yesterday. Christina Karam. There's no way to get out of a subpoena. There's absolutely no way. She was probably subpoenaed, and she has the right to plead the fifth, which doesn't do the feds any good. But she has the right to go into that room and say, what I'm about to say does not help your case at all. And they can choose not to call her. Because in my opinion, I think you would see Kristen Karam get on there and say, all of these girls were a problem for me. My job was to keep his image clean. And every time they come whining to me about some stuff that he did in his personal life, I dismissed it because one, I don't want to know. And two, I can't deal with that in the media. My job is to make him look like a good person. So in my opinion, I think that Kristen, however you say her name, Karam, KK, was probably subpoenaed, was probably given immunity at some point or begged to give immunity to. But when it came down to the wire and they interviewed her, she did not have anything that would help the feds prosecute him. Not saying she's pro Diddy or pro whatever. The point is that she would not help fit the narrative of the feds. They have the right to be like, oh, that's not going to help us if we put you up on the stand. Like, thanks, but no thanks. Same with Gina, which has now been per the court that she was victim 3 and she's not coming up. In my opinion, she may not help the feds. Her story that she may have told on a podcast may not be fully factually true, that when they got to digging, they were like, ooh, yeah, that's not going to help us any. So I think that some of the people that we thought would be witnesses truly may have been witnesses, but when they interviewed them before they got them up on the stand, the story or the attitude or the emotion or body language that they showed would not help them. They have the right to exclude witnesses.
And I agree with you on that because when Agrafino made a comment saying, "Oh, they know where Gina is. They know where she." They just don't want to basically call her. That's just me saying they don't want to call her because they don't feel that it's going to help their case. And that's
Right.
the truth. And then because he said, Agrafino say, "This is the government. If they want somebody to come, they would come." That's
Right.
and that's the truth.
Right. It just really takes me back to, and I know we don't compare the trials, but YSL Woody, like,
Yeah.
his testimony was so, and if you guys remember, the ones that watched it, the paperwork said his testimony was so pertinent to public consumption and the court case that they were willing to put him in jail, which they did, over it. Now, they could do the same thing with Kristen Karam, KK, but her testimony isn't going to better their case. And truly, in my opinion, with what we heard from Jonathan yesterday, is that when people went to her about stuff that happened in Puff's private life, she was like, just bring it to me so I can get it cleaned up, get it cleared away. Like, I don't need this out in the media. Pay her whatever money she needs to, like, not be a problem, because I truly do think that she may have known that he lived the, non-monogamous lifestyle, but it wasn't her job to keep in track with all of these girls. We had different garden tools in different gardens in different area codes. That's
Not
just the
the garden
reality of it.
tool. Not the garden tool.
Well, we can't say the other word. I will tell you
I
one
know
thing
what
I
it
will
is.
say. The surprise witness, man, she come up with cue words on the dot. When those tweets come in, she'd be like, ooh, garden hose or garden tools, cocaine,
Okay.
420, Molly Ann.
Oh,
Like she's had to come up with creative ways to like say this
you
stuff
need to give me
because
those names so I don't mess up. You need to give me some of those names.
well, when they were like, she just and she was like a garden tool. And I was like, oh man, she good. She good. But you can't say certain things on TikTok and YouTube because of the censoring, but I just feel like we all went into this trial thinking we were going to see the mini Epstein all over again. Where the
Yeah.
videos, the islands, you were taping
The
folks.
age and the tied
Yeah.
up. I was looking for some S&M stuff really too, for real, y'all. I was looking
Yeah.
for some handcuffs they got from the rooms and stuff.
Yeah. Like I was really looking for a lot more. There's two types of evidence. There's concrete, there's circumstantial. So yes, there were some concrete evidence. He was a rug addict. Most Hollywood stars are. They are. That's just the reality of it. That's been talked about for years, that Hollywood is full of plastic and any rug you could imagine.
Yep.
But we went into this trial, and I will go back to when this all started. Everybody kept saying the public perception of what has occurred is far from what is written in these documents. And the definitions of certain acts are far from what has in fact occurred.
Yeah.
Like, I really thought we were going, like, I figured it would be sealed, but I thought the jury was going to see like famous people with him doing this kind of stuff. And what it has come to show is he had different garden tools for each different type of work he was fixing to do in the garden.
Not the
He either had the gassed up, motorized, battery charged, Tesla charged girl up in the hotel, or he had the shiny new flower tool that he took all over the world and put in front of the cameras. But he didn't have one of the same for both events. Like, he really did live separate lives.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And is that illegal? No, because technically he wasn't married to any of them.
Yep. He was, and then he told them. That's the
He
thing.
was very upfront with them. Very upfront with them. I live a polyamorous lifestyle. Both of them said that.
Yeah.
They knew, but does that excuse the abuse and all that? No, it does not. I'm not discrediting that he should never put his hands on somebody. But there's that saying of, people forget what caused me to react, or that saying that sometimes they don't tell you the full truth as to how I reacted. That video that we saw, it was because he thought she was cheating on him and he acted like that. And then you fast forward to Jane Doe, who he thought was cheating, and he acted like that. I'm going to be very honest that if my spouse ever did nothing, did something like that, I'm gonna fight him.
Man, let me tell you, he better not go to sleep.
You're right. He better not.
Y'all forgive me, but I plead the fifth now, okay? Because I'm telling you, if he hit me, trust me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are women that would fight back, that create more of like, Cassie may have not fought back as much, but when he met her, the second one with Fish, she was like, ooh, I pump weights. We gonna fight.
Yeah, bang your head on that marble.
Like, I'm worth a whole $1 right now, buddy. I'm amped up. So I think that his actions and his way of life just like any person, you snap, you get sick of it. You were okay with it for a little bit. You dealt with it because you thought it was going to get better, and it didn't. Now you're stuck, and now he's paying your bills, or now he's got your music label and you can't get out of it. You feel like you got to keep doing it. But there were a lot of times where there was proof where he was like, just go.
Yeah. And then the thing is, they didn't want to go because they wanted to be number one.
They really wanted them to be the one that he put on the pedestal and thanked at the awards, and they really thought that they could do enough. And this is where I've never been in an abusive relationship, so I can't speak from experience, but I can speak from what I have seen or read or watched or listened to podcasts, that once you get yourself in that position where you are like constantly fighting to be validated as I am worthy enough to be your number one, you start going against your morals. Like,
Oh, yeah.
all right, I guess I'll do it this one time. But then are you going to take me and put me on camera? Are you going to tell TMZ that I'm here so you can take pictures of us? Because let's not all forget that he's got connections. So if he wants certain media there, he gonna call him in. So I do think that he had some control, but at the same time, I don't know that his control over their obsession, at the same time, you got control obsession, is enough to say, okay, well, he was running a criminal organization. I don't know. I really thought that there was going to be a lot more concrete evidence. Right now, we've seen a lot of witnesses that said they have done a lot of rugs in different area codes and have participated in a lot of things. In fact, moving rugs. But we've seen some bruises and we've seen some fights, but we haven't really seen like, and maybe it's because we truly haven't seen it. The public has not. And the jury's going to feel different than we are because they have seen videos that have not been expunged or released to the public, which is fine. I don't want to see them. But my thing is we haven't seen anything that's like, got him. That's it.
From the facial expressions of the jurors, I don't think it matters if we saw it or not, because of their facial expression. And remember, I told you the juror that stopped writing, right? That's the one that's being taken off now. He was writing in the beginning. Remember when I told you we had writer in YSL writer, and then I was on point with her. Remember when I said how she was? Yeah. She was a prosecutor, and that's the way I felt with the one that they taken off now. He was writing and writing and writing and writing, and then after Mia got on the stand, he just folded his hand and didn't write no more. I'm like, what happened? He switched.
And Debbie, about the what you just said about the weapons, I said that from the beginning, that I thought he was lucky that they didn't charge him for that erased serial number. And Sylvia and I kind of went back and forth about this last night too. And again, not to compare trials at all. But when Jeffrey Williams took his plea deal, you give up your Second Amendment right when you're on probation. But there was a stipulation that was put into that plea deal. And if anybody remembers, that stipulation said your security may carry weapons.
Yep.
So...
And if it's an outside security, meaning the company is owned by somebody else, not you,
correct,
the weapon is still not considered yours. It's not yours. It's the company's that's protecting you weapon. Correct. So if they're going to charge the unmarked weapon thing, you got to charge that security.
Correct.
Company.
In my opinion, if that pew pew was behind what they say is a locked door, and in technically the security part of the house, I mean, they could throw a ham Sammy up at the wall and make it stick on baby oil, whatever. But
Not the baby oil.
they didn't. I mean, they kind of missed that on that, in my opinion, if they wanted to charge him for that. But they would have had to come in and say, you know, that this weapon where the serial number was removed is for sure his. And they don't have a witness that can come up there and say that.
Yeah, and yeah, you're right. You're not supposed to remove the serial number, but if it doesn't belong to him, it belongs to the security company. You need to go after the security company,
Correct.
not him.
It is illegal to remove serial numbers.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to do that. So if it was handed down to him, if it was Jimmy John's from another job and he brought it over from, he was working for so-and-so and now he don't work for them, but he brought his own weapons and gear, who's to know? But yes, it is illegal to remove serial numbers off of a weapon. Don't do that. Not recommended, 0 stars. If you do, you're gonna get in trouble. But
My boss said, just like if his fingerprints are on them, he's going down. You're right.
you're right. But did they
absolutely right.
Did they fingerprint him?
No, they didn't have it.
Well,
they would have charged them with that. They have not charged them with that.
Lisa, it doesn't excuse his behavior. He is guilty in the public eye of opinion. His reputation
is never be the same. I mean, it's going to be
the same. Well, let me rephrase. Let me go back and let me restate that. His reputation amongst people that did not agree with his lifestyle has been ruined. His brand deals that are family oriented, he's not going to get them going forward.
Absolutely.
But the people that knew of the voyeurism or this type of lifestyle, they may not be seen in the public eye with him because they don't want this lifestyle out. But I do think that certain brands and certain circles will not associate with him if he's found innocent. I think he will have to rebuild, and I don't know that he will be able to rebuild on the grounds that he built on. I mean, it's not unknown that rappers or music artists go to jail, serve time, get out, drop albums, rekindle their relationships with certain people. That's not unknown. That's happened all the time. But I feel like this has gone a step further, not to mention he will forever be a laughing joke. Kevin Hart could not get up on stage at the BETs and do his opening without making one slick baby oil comment. He couldn't. That's just going to be the reality of the world that he has to live in now.
Yeah. He probably going to have to crawl, hide somewhere in another country someplace because now he has that label.
And a lot of those stars may leave that label. Mm-hmm. You don't know what will be the downfall if he is found innocent. But his public perception right now is he's a dirty freak.
Oh, yeah. It's done.
Like, so in the court of law, that's why it's the biggest thing, in the court of law versus what's ethically and moral. What's ethic and moral does not always mean it's illegal.
That's true.
So, yeah, is it wrong to do something? Yes. Is it illegal? No. And vice versa. So I think you're going to see a lot of people either separate from him publicly, which I think you have already seen publicly. People have separated away from him, besides his family. So I don't know.
But people have amnesia too. So later on, a couple of years from now, same people be back around. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, he literally, one of the last questions they asked her, Jane Doe, was, are you still in love with him? Would you still love me if you fell off in a quarter penitentiary? Not saying, just take it as it is, 21 questions. She gonna answer them 21 questions and she gonna say, yes, I'm gonna be here, baby. As long as you put me as number one, I'll be here.
Well, she might as well lose her position now because she ain't gonna be number one. Because if he was gonna put somebody number one, he would have done it already, y'all. Come on.
Well, I still go back to she ain't mad about a whole baby.
Yeah, because she
born in 2022.
Yeah.
He had a whole baby.
Well, and she's in there supporting him. That young lady is in there supporting him. She was in there in the courtroom.
Like, you was mad about a necklace, but you ain't mad about a whole baby who gets his last name and his inheritance. Girl, you mad about the wrong things. But other than that, I'm proud of you. Stay honest. Stay how you keep moving. People that don't like it, don't come. That's fine. It's one of those things. I mean, you can't please everybody.
Nope. As long as I can sleep at night, I'm good.
That's right. And there's a lot of demons in that courtroom. And a lot of them choose to bring it home and fascinate on it. But there's two sides to this. There's the law and there's what's ethically right. And if that law isn't written, well, still gonna find it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
I'm gonna drop down.
Okay. Thank you, Unknown. Hey, lady. Lovely lady.
Hi. Hi, Sylvia.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, she's official.
I'm a teacher. I can't wait. I'm gonna start Monday looking. So can't wait. I'm excited.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I want to congratulate you for a well done job on this reporting this case and this trial. And you're doing an excellent job. I'm so proud of you, Sylvia. And I have been, and like I said, when I put in the chat, I have been following you since 2018. I remember the day that I jumped on.
You are a rider for real.
I am. Remember, but see, I wasn't going under Lovely Lady. I was going under my name.
Okay.
And you are always shout me out and everything. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna join. But during that time, I was going to school. I know them 4 years kicked me, and they was kicking my butt. But I finally finished, and I stuck with you all the way up to this time. But I just want to say this about the trial. First, I want to say this about you.
Okay.
Your mental.
Wait, hold on. Are you gonna make me cry?
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Okay, y'all.
Because you don't make me cry this morning. Okay. But I just want to say that I love you and your mental is very important to you. You know, you can't let you're doing a fantastic job. You have the most people in high places that admire you. They love you. When they come around you, you should see how they smile. And I'm talking not just Brian Steele, everybody. So I just want you to know that you are very important to the community or wherever you go and whatever trial because you're bringing out things that we can't see when they try to hide behind closed doors. And I'm not going to call no names or who is they and who's hiding, but this justice system is torn up completely. It's a mess. And people judge people, even though they're in high places and they have these degrees and they in these high positions. They'll judge and judge you by your status, by your color of your skin and everything. And this need to be exploited. And I'm so glad. And I listened to the podcast of Soul, and I admire him also as well until he do some wild, crazy. But y'all are doing a fantastic job, and I admire y'all. And I really think that you cannot let people, because everybody has their own opinion. Everybody gonna say what they want to say, but you got a strong skin. You got a strong community behind you, and you need to understand that we're here, we're watching, we're looking, and you don't know who knows who. You don't know who I know. You don't know who I am attached to. You don't know who I know that is attached to somebody that's in a high place. So you don't worry about what people say. You do your job. This is what you like doing. This is your job. I don't call it your I don't call it, I call it your job. This is what you like doing. I like teaching. You like doing podcasting. My son just opened up his podcast, and he still has his job as a supervisor, doing other things at this big company, but he has a podcast. So you keep doing what you're doing. Everybody has their opinion. Everybody gonna say what they want to say, but you do what you do. You keep your podcast clean. You do it the professional way, and always remember that God has your back. And the people that rise with you have your back. Don't worry about what people say. People gonna say what they want to say. You doing your job, let them do their job. If they want to say what they want to say and you get tired of it, block them, pull them off of your channel. Let them go wherever they want to go and do and say what they want to say. You keep riding because you're doing an excellent job. This is your calling. This is what God put you to do. You have to stand up, and you can't let nobody knock you down, Sylvia. Stand your ground.
Thank you.
And that's what that brings me to what I want to say about these women's involving themselves. Because I have always told my nieces, and I have always told my granddaughters, because I have 2 beautiful granddaughters, and I have always told them, you let nobody put you in a position to destroy your dignity, your humanity, or whatever you stand for in this life. Nobody. Because I have been married twice. I'm a widow for one, and the other one, I just couldn't take that. So I stepped down. I said, hey, you go do what you do, because that's not what I do. I stand for right. And if you can't come into my life and stand right beside me, then you don't belong in my life. These women need to stop running behind that money. Mm-hmm. They need to stop running behind men's with them high places and stuff, because I'm going to tell you something. Once a man's mind is weaker than a woman's. Believe what I say when I say that. And when I say that, that is the honest truth. A man's mind is weaker than a woman, but a man can manipulate a woman to be weak if she don't stand her ground. And then when she get tired of it, she turn around and get strength from being a woman where she's supposed to be at. Because you got to remember now, look in Genesis, the book of Genesis. We talk about the Bible. We got to remember what the Bible says. Because Adam and Eve persuade Adam. But then Adam turned around and got what he deserved. And then he turned around and tried to go back at Eve. So we got to remember and watch what we say when we talk about that Bible, because that Bible is real. There's a lot of demonic people out here in this world. This world is going straight to whatever. I don't know where it's going, because I never heard no such thing as this before in my life. We watched a whole sex trial. We seen domestic violence where a woman put herself in that position to get this what she got. And then at the end, she got tired of it. And what she did, she fought back, but it was too late. Now her whole reputation is destroyed. She come in as innocent, but that man had some plan. Because let me tell you something. The first thing a man tell a woman, he'll date you, take you out for a dinner, take you out on a date and everything and stuff. Some men's, now I'm not saying all, will you in? And the first thing, when they get mad with you, I paid my money. I bought this for you. I gave that for you. So what you think a high-priced man like Sean Diddy said to this woman? She stuck now. She in there. That's why I like to have my own. And that's all I wanted to say. I had to say what I had to say, and I'm done with it now, guys. I love you all. I love you all. I love you all.
Love you too.
I love you, Sylvia.
Congratulations again. Love you too. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I'm going to drop down.
Okay, hon. Hey, V.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I'm trying to make this quick because I have a problem. Sometimes I be cussing too much, so I'm trying not
Oh
to get put
Lord.
on your
Oh,
camera.
thank you for warning me because we
I'm
can't cuss.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm keep it cute.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that I love you and I love you here. I really came to give grace and to give flowers where they do. And this is exactly where everything is due right here on this channel right now. I came here from the YSL trial at kind of like right after the jury selection, and I came here for a reason. I was led here for a reason, and for some reason, it's already figured out. I already know why I'm here, cause where I was at, they were giving me sour fruit. And ever since I've been on this channel, I ain't been getting nothing but good fruit. Nothing but good fruit. That's all you give out. You follow the stuff to the end. You shut it down if it's not right. What somebody else been unsaid, you shut it down. Like on the dot, you shut it down. Sometimes you shut it down before they can even come out and get the sour fruit out. You already been unshitted down before they can even get it out. And I love you for that. And I just wanted to come on here and say that.
Thank you, V. Thank you. Love you too. And thank you so much for your support. You've been here and I appreciate you. I don't say it enough, but I do appreciate you.
It's okay. You don't have to tell me at all. I appreciate you more than you can ever imagine. And and where I'm from, they used to say if you with me, you stuck with me. That's how it is. You stuck with me. Don't go nowhere because I ain't going nowhere. Now let me drop back down in the chat.
Thank you, V. I appreciate it. And you stuck with me too. Thank you.
Hmm.
Hey, Brooklyn.
Hey, good morning, Sylvia. Congratulations
Good morning.
on hanging in here trial after trial. We appreciate you. You're the East Coast YouTuber, covering it from Georgia to New York, and I love it. But if you don't mind, I have a question for you this morning. Because I know you're on the inside and you're watching everything and hearing everything. Is Mr. Ye going to be testifying for the defense?
That question, I don't know the list because I try to ask questions and, thinking I have the scoop and I'll be able to get it.
Mhm.
They won't tell me who's gone there, but they said, just watch. Just watch. That's what I was told.
Just watch.
just
That's what Brian Steele told you. Just watch.
Well, Brian didn't tell me. There's somebody else that's close to it told me to say because Mr. Steele just smiles at me. All he says, I appreciate you being here.
Oh yeah, I can see you have a crush on him, and he has a crush on you. But he is a cutie, Sylvia. Yes, he is.
That's my buddy. That's my pal. And he is so because he does appreciate me coming there. He says it feels like home. He says the families together because Gardner was out there in the hallway. It was me, Nicole, and him. The four of us was out there. He says the families together. So I was like, I felt so proud when he said I'm part of the family. So I was feeling good.
Yeah, wonderful. And let me ask you this, if I may, Sylvia. Nicole Westmoreland, I didn't appreciate Judge Aaron's statement this past week that she had a Perry Mason moment, and so we're going to move on with the perjury. How
That's a compliment.
That's a compliment?
Yes, you know who Perry Mason
Listen,
is.
I looked at Perry Mason. He's an old white dead man from a TV character.
No, he was the bomb. You should go watch the show.
Oh, I ain't watching that show.
No, I'm just saying, Perry.
I think Nicole is the bomb. She's the real deal.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He even told her, y'all should be thanking her.
Well, I didn't hear that part about thanking her. Did she receive it as a compliment?
Oh, yes. Man,
Oh,
these accolades that woman's getting in that courtroom. People that can't stand Diddy is giving her props.
Well, I know for certain that she's brilliant. I've watched her down there with you.
Okay, look at Sunshine. She would crack the cases. That was Perry Mason. Perry Mason was the bomb.
Well, you see, Okay, so if I may, right at the start of this trial, um, Mark Garagos had made a statement about the prosecution, and he referred to the 6 women as a pack of 6 white women. And Judge Aaron went in about the characterization and the remarks, and he wasn't going to have this and he wasn't going to have that. I think many of us find perjury to be something that's quite serious. And I didn't appreciate that he came in with that comment about Attorney Westmoreland when something so serious as perjury was on the table. I can understand where it can be a compliment or it is a compliment, but I didn't receive it that way. TV characters and old dead white men don't necessarily bring to me anything. I just don't associate that with greatness. And, you know, if you're going to go there and you're going to misidentify or whatever, he could have said Johnny Cochran, if you ask me. So,
Got you.
okay.
I got it now.
So talking about that perjury piece, what do you think about that?
Because they basically say her story is inconsistent to what was being said. Remember, that's basically it's just like, remember that if you watch YSL,
Yes,
remember Nicole is the one that kind of tore it down, caused the whole thing. Because remember, she asked for the mistrial, and that's when Judge Whitaker gave it to consideration, because when she said that, because when he was talking about the 2 different ways, and he had put the her Quay name, and then and she basically saying that that person knew they weren't supposed to say that, and they weren't understanding, and they said it anyway, and then when she asked for the. So basically, that was like that Perry Mason moment. I know you don't want to talk about the dead man.
Old dead white TV men, no, but. But the judge said, okay, we're going to note the record that Ms. Bungolan's testimony has been cited for perjury. So I don't know what that means when they go into deliberations. Do you?
They're going to basically bring out there was some inconsistency in Bungalow's testimony. So that the jurors need to weigh in on whether or not they believe her on what she said.
Okay. Now, what happens if Mr. Ye comes in and he is sworn in? He is a witness for the defense, and he starts to speak about this party down in Vegas in January 2024, where Jane Doe was present. What if he gives a different story, narrative, than what she gave? Does her testimony now also get that asterisk?
Well, they got to see whether or not the jury going to believe him or believe her. It's whoever's more credible.
Okay.
And it's going to be up to the jury. They're going to weigh it out based on what information. I mean, there's going to be kind of ways to try that the prosecution going to try to discredit him, and whether or not the jury's going to believe his version of it or her version of it.
Now, what about this juror number 6? I think we got a little bit more information about this. What's his primary residence versus his residence, and that he was actually being spoken to one-on-one with Judge Aaron in the robing room. What do you think is happening? Because now I understand that this is still kind of like in the air. The judge has
still in the air. Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying about the whole thing. This is Sylvia's perception of this all. Okay. Had he not said it to the jury services, he's the one who brought it out. They didn't know because he was showing up on time and everything. He's the one that said it to them. He brought it to his attention. So if he was being deceptive, he would have never said anything. You understand what I'm saying? They would have never known whether or not this man is in Jersey or in New York. He shared it with him. So in that sense, for them to even question of him being deceptive, I don't see him being deceptive, because he's telling y'all, hey, I live here, such a thing. And then the dynamics of Black people. Some of us have that kind of lifestyle where you get mad at your girlfriend, you don't live there no more. I'm going back home. My auntie has, if especially you live in somebody else's apartment, being a man, you're gonna make sure you have a spot someplace else just in case the girl start acting up and you gotta leave right away because she might put your behind out.
Oh, that is so true. But also, Sylvia, in the city of New York, when you work for the Department of Corrections, there are certain requirements. So you either live in the 5 boroughs, or you live, let's say, Westchester, Rockland County, maybe Putnam County, but you don't live in another state like New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
So I also know that if you're going to serve jury duty, they mail a summons to your home.
Your home, yep.
Your home primary residence. And so wherever that was sent to his primary residence, whatever he has written down. And because of his job, I am going to say that that's his primary residence.
Exactly.
It is not illegal, as you say, and I agree that if you have a girlfriend that lives in New Jersey and you have a child together and you spend the weekends together, that doesn't mean that you're being deceitful. It's your primary residence is in the Bronx, and where you stay on the weekend is your business.
Yeah.
But I found it very interesting, though, Sylvia, that when the information breaks, according to what was written, they said that the jury coordinator went to the prosecution and not the judge. What do you think about that?
Guys, you come on, y'all. Brooklyn. Brooklyn. Come on. And then why is it after he stopped writing that y'all suddenly y'all bring it up?
Well, I think I can answer that. I've served on grand juries and I have requested pen and paper to take notes. You're not allowed to take your notebook home. You put it in a locker somewhere.
No, Brooklyn, not that part. I'm talking about the facial expression he had after certain people were speaking. He just
share, Sylvia, share. You know I'm not in there. Share.
Okay, yeah. Listen, you know how people roll their eyes, looking up in the air, and they're like, okay, I'm done with this one here. That expression. Before, he was really into me. Because with my past experience of watching the jurors with the YSL, I said I knew which jurors seemed to be more towards the prosecution, who seemed to be more towards the defense.
Right.
This guy, when I first got into the courtroom, because I got in like 3 or 4 days after everybody else, I kept going in the main courtroom, right?
Okay.
And when I first walked in there, I saw him. He was very much in tune to the prosecution. Okay. He was very much in tune to what he's saying, especially with Cassie's testimony and all that. He was very much, and he was taking note. He was very intensive. He was looking on and having that tennis match look. One person talk, he turned around to look at the next person, kept going back and forth, right? When Mia did her testimony, you remember Mia?
Oh yeah,
with the drink and all that. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do.
He put his thing down. He started looking up in the air. Looking in the air, and it was like, I'm done with this one here, right? And then with the other certain testimonies start coming up, and I'm like, did they just lose him as a juror for prosecution? This is me talking. I was telling my people in the back room, right? I was telling them, because when I was having my members only, I was telling them, hey, look, this juror doesn't seem like he's with them anymore. This is just me. I'm saying that, right?
Yes, I understand.
Lo and behold, then they start dissing
him out. Yeah, got it.
I was like, oh my God. And then one particular content creator said that it seemed that they would be better off having the alternate there. So I was like, are they trying to push another alternate in the spot? Because you can't really tell whether or not the alternates are for the prosecution, because half of them seem like they're not paying attention to me. That's the way I felt. They're not paying attention because they alternate, and they right now they know they alternate because they were chosen last. right?
Well, let me ask you this, Sylvia. How do they select the alternate that would take his place if that's what happens?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. How are they gonna go the next person in the numbers that they were, or they're gonna be picking a number out of a hat, or some type of thing? I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know. The fairest way would be to put the numbers in and then pick it out that way. That would be the fairest. But are you going to go to the person that's the next? Like with YSL, all the lower numbers you knew was the main jurors, and then the last numbers would be the one that was alternate. So if the number that 429 and the next person is 430, will you go pick the 430 number, or are you going to go pick the one that's in a random? I would pick random to be fair.
Yeah, see, I think so we heard that the judge is going to reconsider his decision over the weekend.
This is what I want to tell you, because y'all heard Steele what he said. Basically, he's saying what I said, because once they start seeing the facial expression of the jurors, right, of how they reacting to the certain testimony of witnesses, because it's hard to sit in the courtroom and not make some sort of facial expression whether or not you believe a person, right? Because you can be like, okay, all right, brother. body language and all that kind of stuff tells you, because they got the body language expert sitting right there, right?
Okay.
So they tell them, hey, this juror says this juror, this juror. This is what they're saying to them, right? The prosecution has that skill as well, based on their experience and what they have done, when they gone through jury. There's some jurors who could have a poker face and they'll have to worry about anything. It's like, okay, this one still, we can't gauge where this juror is, but this one here seems like, and these jurors here have been very, very expressional. They have, they have mumbled some things underneath their breath. They have sucked their teeth. They have like, yeah, right. That type of thing. You've seen it.
Okay.
And then that's because some of these jurors are not professionals. They're regular, down to earth, regular people. And when they hear something that's not adding up, they make their facial expression. So I'm saying all this. These jurors, you can tell where some of them are leaning towards.
Okay.
And even some bloggers, if you've been watching, have been upset of the jurors. Yeah, and now you read between the lines, y'all. And so they have made comment about, hey, they better off going for the alternate. And Steele, Mr. Steele, mentioned that, and I'm glad he put it on record. He said that given the situation, we all knew what was happening. We all knew what was going on. We knew this. And this is the 5th week of trial. All of a sudden, this is coming up because now they're looking at the jurors' expression, faces, and it's not lining up. So now they want to get rid of this juror.
Okay.
If y'all go, because I'm going to do the transcript. We're going to read about it too. And you're going to hear Steele say that. You're going to hear him mentioning that, okay, we knew this. 2 weeks ago, he mentioned it to those people, the jury services. You knew this. So why didn't you address it weeks ago?
Well, Sylvia, let's listen. You're seasoned at this. I think we both agree that this jury should have been sequestered from day one.
I agree with you. I agree 1,000%.
They should not have been exposed at this level to all of this. I'm not going to say that the 16 of them or whatever are violating rules, but I don't think you can be in a space and not hear something. Absolutely. And so I think they should have been sequestered. But I also know, and you're going to be able to probably tell me yay and nay, there's always, in cases like this, someone on the defense who is an expert in selecting jurors and monitoring them during a trial. So
there's a woman there. Remember, we had Granny YSL Granny. Well, there's another woman there right now. She has dark hair, and I don't want to tell her name, but she is a jury expert. She's watching. She's watching the body language. She's seeing who is doing this, who's paying attention. She's what they're watching, just like the prosecution has somebody on their team doing the same thing.
Okay. Okay. Well, Sylvia, you've been fantastic. Thank you so much. You know, it's so important that we have someone on the inside who can give us this feedback in terms of body language and emotions, what people are feeling or what they're seeing, because those of us who are kind of watching this, you know, through the testimony, the written word, we can't get a real feel for actually what is coming across. But I did find it suspicious that they decided to select a juror for being less than candor. I think this prosecution needs to understand that there is a lot that they have to prove across the board. Reasonable doubt is real. So figure it out with juror 6 and move on to either get a win or lose respectfully.
Yeah. And see,
other than that,
Brooklyn, like I said, the choosing of the next juror, because the judge, you know, basically made his opinion, his decision already, unless somebody can, you know, give him a law. Which I'm gonna tell you guys, his law clerk is the one that went up to him and said something to him, and that's when he kind of paused it.
Oh,
his law clerk is a young guy who went up to him after he had made his decision about, you know, not going, and then Steele said what he said, and so his law clerk got up, walked to where the judge was, stood in the judge, whispered in the judge's ear, said something to the judge, and then the judge basically changed and said he's gonna basically review it, and if he makes a decision, change his decision, then he's going to come back to them. So I don't know what the law clerk told him, or if anything, it's something, because obviously Steele and Xavier, they're not letting down on it. Okay. And also Shapiro, you know, she's a bomb in doing appeals. Yeah, but they make sure everything's on record, because the way it looks, even if he gets convicted, there's going to be an appeal process, and most likely it'll be overturned.
Well, what I'm thinking about is how we started here with jury selection. They didn't vet well. They had 30 questions. They were asking people things. They come in. One of the people that they had decided might be considerable had actually worked with the judge before. We had 3 to 4 people who didn't read or write English. They had people who worked. Remember the guy that actually worked at the MDC? And the judge says, hey, you all are wasting a lot of time here. We were supposed to be moving through this process efficiently. This isn't efficient. We got to do better. So they say that the form said, where do you live? And maybe the question should have been, where do you currently live? Or do you live there all the time? I don't know.
Yeah, they should have been a little bit more deeper in that, because everybody's dynamic and where they live. Where you live is usually where your license and where you get your mail. Exactly. That's how they determine where you live, where your license is, and because they tell you, keep your license current. Because when the police officers stop you and you get a summons or whatever, they're going to send that summons to your home address on your license.
Yes.
Tell you that.
Exactly. And clearly he is an active New Yorker in the fact that you get summoned to jury duty because you vote. So he votes, he's employed, he's engaged. And I think again, because this person went to the prosecution and not the judge, is why this juror is a problem. So, but thank you, Sylvia. And have a great day.
Look, we're gonna do some sightseeing today, y'all. So be prepared. We got a party to go to. My sister's invited to the party.
Well, I certainly will. And thank you for having me up. I appreciate it.
Brooklyn, I appreciate you too.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. Hey, Renee.
Hey, Sylvia. I'm hailing from North Carolina, girl. I've been watching you for a while. I really didn't watch the YSL trial too much because, you know, that's a little bit out of my genre, but I did watch bits and pieces of it and kept up with it through you broadcasting it. But I've really been on this Diddy trial because Diddy is more in my genre.
Yeah.
So I just want to say two things. You're doing a good job. And everybody does things different. I mean, you're a little bit more seasoned like I am. We're in that 50 stage.
So that's what they tell me. I'm too old. Grandma.
No, you're not too old. I'm 55. No, you're not old at all. I'm 55. But what I'm saying is your perception and your view of things are going to be different from those that are out there in their 20s and 30s. Come on now. It's no comparison. So don't worry about what they're doing. Some people, and I looked at a lot of these YouTubers. Oh my God. They are one person I was looking at first. I hadn't really looked at her stuff a lot, but I started looking at her. I had to stop because it's too dramatic. I can't deal with that. I just give me what's going on and that's it. But anyway, what I was going to say, same thing that Lady Miss Brooklyn said. And I think the lady before that, this case to me, I don't see a RICO, and I'm not really that skilled on exactly all of the things that come with a RICO. But this case is just a simple case of two things. One thing is a guy that's filthy rich, which is Puffy, where his money has allowed him to do and be and get anything he wants. And number two, you have these women that are gold diggers, that what we used to call them back in the 90s, that knew that he had this money and they're doing anything they can to get it. And so now they want to cry foul now that the money has ran out. And I think that's the same way with Cassie. Cassie was used to a lifestyle. I'm not saying that he didn't abuse her. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he didn't. He influenced her and he abused her. But she got used to that lifestyle. And once, they were really done, she got married and started living her life. But she couldn't live that lifestyle that she was used to living when she was with Puff. And it all just boils down to money. But this should be an indicator to Puff. Listen, you have money, you can get and call for anything you want. But in the end, it's just like with all of us. We're all dealing with the same problem that Puffy is dealing with, and that's sin. The end of that is going to be destruction. And the only thing that's different with Puffy than with all of us, most of us, the average person, is that we don't have the money to go to those extremes like he does. But those things that he's doing, those freak offs, they're doing that in all these celebrities. We done heard this way before did it with the celebrities down in Atlanta, the celebrities out in LA, the husband, wife bringing in other people. They might not be getting escort services, but they're bringing in other people, to have sex with. And that's just what it is. And this is just a case of people who got mad and they're trying to jump on the bandwagon to get money. But I hope this is a lesson to Puff to see, who you think your friends are and who you think you can buy. In the end, you can't, because they're going to turn on you. That's it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay. We have our YouTube attorneys in here, because all these people who are RICO expert and they never went to trial for a RICO. Mr. Robert B is on here saying, y'all obviously don't know what a RICO is. They already proven a RICO. Y'all need to educate yourself before speaking. Lord have mercy. Thank you, Robert.
That's what I said. I don't know what a RICO is, but I do know this though. A lot of experts have said that they couldn't see the RICO either. I
mean, listen. I saw an attorney who does prosecution for the feds, and he has done RICO. He even said it, but we got experts in the chat.
Right. Because I know a lot of judges. I heard one judge say this is a state case and not a federal case. So I don't know. But anyway, Miss Sylvia, thank you for letting me up. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good time in New York. I'll be looking out at the evening. I got to run down and pick up my son, but I'll be catching you on the next show.
Okay, hon. See you.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right. Okay, y'all. And Mr. Robert, this is to you. You're absolutely right. We don't know. Well, let me speak for myself. I don't know the law. I don't know what the whole RICO thing is about. You're right. Absolutely. But these are people giving their voices and their opinion to stuff. So since you're an expert, why don't you come up here and give us the education, okay? Hey, Money.
Hey, Miss Sylvia, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I ain't been on in a minute. Um, man, this case right here, now that we seeing what the case is, the average American should be scared because when you look at this case for real, for what it's worth, this is the everyday man's life right here. This is what men and women do every day. I meet a woman, I want a quarter, I need to spend some money.
Well, Jay, money, this is going to stop now. You fellas going to be getting a pass now. Y'all don't have to spend the money no more.
Yeah, yeah, because you're telling me that if I, because let's put it in perspective though. Say I work at, say I work at a job where I make $80,000, and then I meet a girl that works at McDonald's or is on housing welfare. Does that make me a powerful man, a manipulator?
According to the law, you have
According to the law.
look, you have influence over her because you're a man with money. You have a means and modes of being able to get somebody. You can go buy get the Uber to drive her over to your house. So you got control.
How many people get in a car and drive on a vacation or a trip from you live up north and you want to go to Florida for the weekend? All right, I'm gonna go grab me a little AFI, take it with me. Wow, that's trafficking now.
Yeah, you can't take it no more. You gotta go by yourself.
That's federal trafficking now. This is not a state case or a federal case. It's a missed case. The girl wanted her money so much, she wanted that lifestyle so much, she never filed charges for domestic abuse.
Yeah.
She missed her opportunity. This ain't no Rico.
And you see, you're right, money. You're right. They make an everyday, lively situation, lively occurrences into some sort of law, and y'all not going to be able to do nothing.
Uh, this
Nothing.
this is
You can't have a multiple girlfriends anymore, money. You can't have
you
multiple.
yeah. You can't be sitting in the house with a bunch of friends and partying and have a wild night. Let's say that, and everybody wake up like, oh my goodness, I can't believe we all just did that.
Hey, look, buddy. Somebody said that voice will cause them to what? Look, they said your voice can
What's
trap
wrong?
with the. No, your voice is trapping her
Uh
into a trip. Oh, because now they're gonna have you. You have influence over her with the voice.
I'm about to catch a Rico. Man, but Joe, this is everyday stuff. Because I've been watching it too now, and it's like, man, here because at first TMZ and all those types of places they were spinning this like this was going to be some heavy stuff. Man, this is just the man with the bag that's going. You going to do whatever I say if you want to be in my circle. I know that. This is the everyday. This is the everyday drug dealer that got weight versus the guy that is moving small stuff. This is the guy with a job that has, and he comes to the local bar and them girls know he got the money. They only want to talk to the dude with the money. And they gonna do anything for the money because they think they a JJ is just as precious as any dollar amount. And it's absolutely not.
You
This is wild because this is everyday stuff. Come on, man. Who don't get in a fight with their girlfriend?
You are, oh my God, you are telling the facts right here. I hope people are really listening to what you're saying because now if they're agreeing with the government saying this is a RICO, that means everybody better watch it. Everybody.
Every drug user, because he's not selling drugs, he's using drugs. So every drug user now can be possibly said that they're trafficking. Like that's the crazy twist that you're putting into this. The manipulation that men and women do every day to each other. They
Yep.
get sex. They get sex. Now it's turned into an illegal thing in this RICO. Come on, man. As a man, I know I gotta lead with my money to get a girl. At least the girl that I want, not the one that like me, the one that I want. I gotta lead with my money. I can't just come talk that talk. You gotta have some money.
So now women gonna have to say, hey, you can't ask for money no more, women. Can't go for the guy with the nice car and the money, because that look, you gonna cause him to be to traffic you. Rico.
That man know not to ask what girl that he dealing with for that type of behavior. You know what I'm saying? I know you don't care about you. That's why I asked, can my man come? You don't care about you, and I don't care about you. If I loved you, I would never want another man to touch you in front of me. I'd be sick knowing that a man touched you when I wasn't in there. I'd be pissed. Guys know what girl. Oh, she's loose. Man, I'm about to call 6 friends over here. We all about. It's somebody doing that right now in every city and across this country. Somebody is getting a train ran on them,
and they letting them too.
and they letting them. But think the dollar amount and the lifestyle is smaller though. The girl at Walmart is in there giving somebody some head in the bathroom.
Yep.
And let her regional director or somebody come to work one day and be a handsome man or somebody of influence, and she thinks she can get moved up to manager and stuff. She gonna do it. She gonna do it.
They used to call it back in the days when I was in corporate America. They used to call it knee pads. Women, they'd be like, "Oh, she a knee pad." Knee pad. She was gonna move up because she would wear her skirt the shortest, and then the boss would, she would use her sexual appeal, and she would get the job. I mean, y'all, it's been happening for years.
So here I am, a dude. I'ma just get you. The girl don't want me. If all I can get you this weekend, baby, is some roses in a car to show my appreciation. Unless she don't want that shit. When my man over here is gonna give her some outfit from Macy's, okay, she gonna go for the outfit from Macy's.
Yeah.
But then when she bump into that dude that gonna take her to what's a store that's bigger than Bloomingdale's, she gonna look at the dude that can get her Macy's like he ain't shit. And she gonna go for the dude that's gonna take her to Bloomingdale's. And if she know it's a line of dudes, she gonna move how the dudes is throwing that money at her. But if you a good woman, dudes won't even talk to you a certain way. We know what kind of girl you is. What kind of woman you got to be for me to offer you to come to a room to bring in some strippers from the street and have sex with you raw? That dude don't care about you. And you ain't care about you because you like, man, shit. The girl is looking at it like I'm doing my thing. I got the best box in the world. This dude just gave me 10,000. She walking around stunting and fronting. She thinks she doing something. They don't look at women dysfunction the way they look at young men dysfunction, because the dudes is jumping into the streets to get the money. The honest to God truth is the girl is using her vajayjay to get money. They have a lifestyle. That's the absolute truth.
But they don't want to talk about that part.
I don't care what level of life you on. You using that vajayjay to get money. I'm an everyday person. I live in the real world. I ain't gonna hold y'all up too long. I know somebody else want to get on here, but
it's nobody back here yet. It's nobody back here. Go.
Okay. Well, I'm hanging out with Miss Sylvia.
Keep on talking, because look, you're giving us the facts of life.
Yeah, this is real life. You want everybody, and everybody want $1 million man. But you got to do what the $1 million man say you got to do, because you're replaceable. Easy. It's a line of y'all. And I like to tell the dudes like this: if I go to the strip club tonight, say I went to Norma Jean, shout out B More, I'm gonna do my thing tonight. If I take 500 in there, I'm gonna do my thing tonight. I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna be in there But if Diddy come to the strip club and I'm in the strip club, I'm not getting no lap dance. I'm not. They not talking to me.
Well, they're making the playing field even now. So now that Diddy gonna get in trouble, people like Diddy gonna get in trouble. Now you got a chance, brother. You got a chance.
They making it so that dudes don't even want to talk to these girls no more, man. I'm
Now
about to just go get.
look, all the broke brothers are getting a chance now, y'all. Y'all
I
won't get it.
mean, they got dudes. They got dudes like, yo, I can't wait till they put this robot out, man, because you girls is getting niggas Ricos. This shit is crazy.
Tanae says the government tried to say I can't travel to another state with my boyfriend, and bang, what the well, he don't have to pay for you no more either. If he pay, he's trafficking you now. Y'all gotta pay for your own plane tickets now, ladies.
And the crazy that without Miss Sylvia, the girls is setting their own stuff up with him, or with him and without him. Like, how can they say he is doing this, making them do that? Like, I just heard she like, man, I'm calling my man, whatever the hell his name was.
Because he liked, what was his name?
The Punisher. She said, I'm calling him myself. We have our own private link ups.
Mm-hmm.
So how we still charging my man with trafficking to somebody that she doing her own one too with?
And hide behind, and he don't even know what's going on. He still don't know.
So when you say sex trafficking, I want to see somebody hog tied, man, and gagged,
handcuffed, and all that.
Yeah, thrown in the back of a van. I don't want to hear no sex trafficking like, yo, I'm paying your rent. I've been smashing on you for 6 months. Yo, I'm going over here and we about to have an orgy. And what's up? The first time you like, yeah, come on, let's do it. Cause you in love with this money. You think you balling. And now I'm trying to manipulate you. Like, if you're not giving me no buns and I'm not paying your bills, what I look like? That's regular everyday stuff.
Well, ladies, y'all not gonna get your bills paid no more.
No more. I'm gonna be citing case law when I tell her no. I'm gonna be like, nah. Going to the Southern District of New York. This is a class 1 felony up to 30 years. I'm not paying your rent for no pussy tonight.
Oh, they messing it up for the ladies.
Oh man. But then they gotta start putting law in for them to be doing that. Like, yo, you can't sleep with a guy that's 100,000 outside your pay rate. Like, baby, if you only make 25,000, you can't sleep with nobody that makes 60.
Look, DLM said this case will be a red alert on all relationship. That's right.
Yo, this is just real life, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. That happened. I just seen somebody. I just seen a woman smack the snot out of her husband and ain't nothing happened to her. But when he reached down and hit her with that uppercut, they came with body armor, locked his ass up. This is fake.
Yeah. Well, Money, thank you for coming. I do have somebody up here now. You've been alert. You've been opening our eyes. So,
Thank
fellas,
you, Miss Silver.
be alert.
Have a good night. Have a good day.
You too, hon. Mr. 444 smiles. Hey. Can you hear me, Mr. 444 smile? Can you hear me? Hello. Oh gosh, y'all. He has that Obama phone. He couldn't hear me. Okay, hold on, y'all. He might be coming back. If anybody else would like to come up and give me your opinion about this, what's happening? I'm not doing anything outside of my job description using. Hold on. Melissa said I'm not doing anything outside my job description. Using the company card for personal freak off is wild. Ooh. All right, here come for smile. Hey, for smile.
How you doing, Sylvia?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I just got a question.
Uh-huh.
If they had proof that it was in this lifestyle before, and people know she was in this lifestyle, how was she able to use a pseudonym to? I just don't understand. How was she able to go as Jane Doe when they had proof that she was into this lifestyle?
Um, According to the judge, you remember he's the one who made a decision for her to be able to use pseudonym based on what information the prosecution gave him. So that question I cannot answer because it was already done. It's way above my pay grade, so I don't know. And make sure you don't say her name on here either.
Because normally, when it comes to people using pseudonyms, they fear for their life, they fear for exposure. But she was exposed already, and she went there, and other people seen her. So this wasn't a secret. Normally, it's a secret when it's just the two parties. I didn't understand that.
Well, I can't answer that either.
And second of all, when it comes down to all,
Your phone keep going out. Are you getting calls and messages on between the calls? I mean, between the live?
yes, you hear me now.
Yeah, you gotta have to tap your phone so it doesn't go out.
Okay, so what I don't understand is the Jane Doe was put on the stand. I think they gave the jury an hypothesis of what could have happened within Cassie's relationship. So I think this could have highlighted has been damaging to the government because this basically highlighted what Cassie could possibly have been going through and what she approved and didn't approve.
Okay, you're gonna have to tap your phone. You keep going in and
Yeah,
out.
all right. It feels like it just kind of feels like she is telling me what happened in Cassie's relationship, but they didn't want to go hard at Cassie because she was a domestic violence victim. But the jury could rip through it all and understand this is how Cassie's could have been highlighted for the money, the fame, the career, and she didn't get what she got out of it as well. So this is could be a pattern of her behavior and not his.
Okay, I got
What,
you.
what you think about that? Do you think this highlights what Cassie could possibly have did?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I really don't know.
I mean, the video domestic violence. I don't condone domestic violence for no woman being hit. I don't condone that. I understand the video is very abusive, egregious, but outside of that, when you put the RICO charges together, I think they allowed this man bedroom to come into trial and they went out and seeked his girlfriend out. Because if they had to seek this girl out, it tells me they had no evidence with Cassie. They needed Jane. So they didn't have no prosecution until they had to flip Jane. They didn't have a case. And
Went out again, y'all. He went out.
people putting their hope in why KK not here and this juror number 6, it's telling you they have no evidence because if people gotta look forward to other things other than the evidence, oh, did he finish custody the juror? That means you wasn't sure about the evidence. Oh, we need KK. That means you're not sure about the evidence. That means you question yourself. That means the jury is questioning yourself. And thank you for having me. You have a great day. And I'll see you
Thank
when
you
you're
for
live.
thank you. And you gotta get your phone. You gotta tap and keep tapping for when you're talking because you went in and out, in and out. So when you next time
Yeah,
you come up,
because my phone, I'm not gotta keep it because it's on a timer, the screamer, like you
oh,
said, the screen. So I gotta keep tapping it. I'm on an iPhone 16.
well, thank you.
All right.
All right, Cornell, come on in.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to put my, you know what I mean, my 2 cents in the case. And
Oh, now I just want to tell you, you look good on their picture. I just want to tell you that. I hope
thank you, I
I never
appreciate
get
it.
you in trouble for that one, but okay.
Appreciate it. But you know, those that, you know, been here since the R. Kelly situation, we these are the elements that are now being exposed to the broader public. These are the things that are not new to us. These are the questions that are being raised now are not new to us as far as, you know, dating and having a girlfriend, or, you know, having a significant other, and y'all crossing state lines and y'all doing y'all thing. These are the questions that were raised during R. Kelly case, you
Right.
know? And it's just a shame that the public is now being aware of these things. And when we try to wake people up, nobody didn't want to listen, you know? And we've been saying for a long time that the government is abusing the RICO and sex trafficking laws, you know? And
Yeah. Can I ask you a question, Cornell? Why isn't the government bringing it to the Caucasian side of entertainers who's been doing this, like Tyler, what's his name, with Aerosmith and stuff like that? They've been doing the same thing too. Why there's no?
exactly. I've been asking these same questions as well. Why rock ain't being attacked? Why country ain't being attacked? It is only hip hop. You know what I mean? And that's that right there raises a lot of questions. Like, why is only black entertainers? Why is only black wealthy men in entertainment being targeted for these such things when these same elements and things are going on in other genres of music? You know, and that raises a lot of flags for me. And I just don't understand why our community ain't, like, with that alone, just looking at it like, yo, hold up, something ain't right here. You know, so. And my thing is too, as far as, like, you know, the average, speaking from the everyday man such as myself that's working every day, you know, am I sex trafficking myself if I have other women in other cities and I'm going to visit them?
Well, okay,
So
Cornell.
so now am I sex trafficking myself? Is this what the government wants now?
Mhm.
And I just thought about that earlier when the young man before that spoke before the last person spoke before me. I just thought of that aspect. How can I sex traffic myself if I'm single and I have women, you know, across the country, and I'm going to go visit them? Is that still considered sex trafficking? Can I sex traffic myself?
That's a good question.
You know,
Yeah.
and so, you know, these are a lot of the things that, you know, especially, you know, the everyday man such as myself, you don't even got to have necessarily be wealthy. But now, I mean, the government is setting crazy, they're trying to set crazy precedents of dating. And it's like, all this case was is just invading his privacy. That's all they exposed. I don't see no RICO. This is not no RICO. This is not no sex trafficking, man. All they exposed is just his private, you know, I'm gonna say different way of him joining and having sex, because that's all it is. You know what I mean? Okay, so now are they going to attack people who are in poly relationships? Are they going to attack people who are in alternative lifestyles? You know what I mean? Are they going to attack those groups as well? I just don't. I just, the government to me is just all over the place, and they just invading people's personal lives at this point. In my opinion, his defense lawyers at this point have been doing a very good job of creating a lot of doubt, and that's just where I'm at with it. So
So
I
now,
want to hold it.
the
Go ahead.
question. So now that the trial has started,
Mhm.
what was your opinion prior to this trial about him?
Well, those who are in that been following hip hop along, I'm 39 years old. So those who have been following hip hop a long time have already been kind of, you know, like, looking at Diddy like, I'm gonna say Puff because I'm old school. I'm gonna say Puff, such as, like, there's always been rumors of him being a freaky ass dude. You know what I mean? Excuse my language, by the way, but, you know, being a freaky dude. So a lot of this stuff is not surprising.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
But as far as the domestic violence situation, no man ain't condoning that. Like, if this was a state case and he was, you know, being charged with domestic violence, he would be guilty hands down.
Cornell, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you understand that
since they were in a different state, and
Mhm.
he was using force on her. That's why it
I,
become that's why it became S trafficking. Do you get that
yeah,
concept?
yeah, yeah. I get that aspect of it, but with the evidence that's been broadcasted so far in the case, I don't see no force. I see willing participants, hands down.
You didn't see the evidence. You didn't see the video with her. Cassidy?
That's just the facts. We're not here to debate. This is not a debating thing. Everybody's gonna have their opinion, and that's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm not
I mean,
debating. I'm just asking him a question. That's like I
hold
said.
on. No, see, I'm gonna drop you for a minute until he finished speaking, because that's the way we're gonna leave it. Everybody's gonna speak their own thing, and no debating, y'all. No debating.
I mean, it's all good. Like I said, in my opinion, I don't see no forced labor. I don't see no forced situations. They wanted the lifestyle. They was willing participants. Anytime you egg on a situation, oh, I'm ready to freak off this, I'm freak off that. That's not force. Anytime there's times where he said, look, you don't want to deal with me no more, you can go your way. That's not force. That's a choice at the end of the day. I don't see it, but that's just my opinion.
All right, Cornell. Thank you. Because
All right, y'all.
have a good one, Cornell.
All right, y'all too as well.
Okay, bye. Just the facts. Welcome. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. What did you want to talk about?
Oh, I just wanted to respond to what the gentleman was saying.
Okay.
He was saying that he didn't see it, this and that. I think he was given information about how Puff was reacting to Jane, but that had nothing to do with Cassie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with Cassie. On the video, it shows clear, what they call it, force used. And the definition of sex trafficking is force, fraud, coercion on a woman that's been transferred across state lines or foreign commerce for the purpose of sex. So it's pretty clear that there was force in the video. And I think he was confusing.
Try not to keep saying the word, because YouTube.
Oh, yeah. So I think it was pretty clear. Yeah, and I think he was confusing Jane's testimony with Cassie's testimony. And those are two different charges. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Cassie charge is pretty clear. Don't you think so?
As far as
the evidence with the video showing force, as far as she being transferred across state lines, as far as she being transferred over there to have the F-offs.
As you saying that basically she's being forced because she went across state line for the intention of having those freak off. I thought they were going
You
because
say she was being forced based on the video footage. See the part where she was being assaulted in the hotel room in the Intercontinental? That's considered force. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I'm not. Look, I'm not giving my opinion on anything. I'm just bringing people up. To their opinion.
Okay.
My opinion does not count. Does not matter.
Well, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm asking if it was fact. Didn't you see on the video that she was being assaulted on the video?
Yes, the video showed assault, but doesn't show that it was sex trafficking going on. We did not know what was happening when we first saw the video. We just saw him fighting, like they must have some sort of domestic situation going on with them. That's what that video showed at the time. Okay. Now with them putting this charges on it, and then we see hearing something different. But in they're adding the freak off as part of it. We didn't know anything about a freak off at the time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then secondly too, the amount of money that Diddy paid the security guard, Ryan Garcia, $100,000. That's obviously considered obstruction of justice and witness tampering. And under the RICO, you only need 2 predicates to be able to charge somebody with RICO, right? Are you aware of that?
Yeah. Okay. Remember, you're giving your opinion, but you're still trying to put me in.
I'm not giving my opinion. I'm not giving my opinion. My opinion is left for myself.
Are you an attorney?
When I'm giving this informed,
Question. Hold
I'm
on.
giving this informed assessments and informed evaluations.
I'm asking you a question. Are you an attorney?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So you're basically giving us the attorney from the law.
No. You know, I'm basically giving you my assessment.
Okay.
The law is the law. I'm basically giving my informed assessment.
Okay.
But as for my opinion, I'm not giving my opinion. My opinion is reserved. Opinions, everybody has an opinion, but nobody has not a lot of people have informed assessments.
But here's the thing. This channel is for people to give their thoughts, their opinions on what they, this is for them to give their voice on what they feel about certain things.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot come in here and tell you what the law is because I can't. That's not my expertise. My expertise is for me to bring people into a room where they can express themselves, their voices to be heard. That's
okay. Well,
is this your first time on this channel?
Yeah, this is my first time on this channel.
Welcome. Thank you. I do want the expertise. So if you could give me that expertise information, yes, please speak it.
Yeah. So I can give you all the information you want. Yeah. Are you familiar with the Diddy dockets?
Oh, is that your channel?
No. So the Diddy dockets is where you can get all the legal information about the case, and they can explain to you all the elements that you have to go through and all the jury instructions and what the lawyers are going to be going by, the legal theory involved.
That's the one on X, right?
No, it's just a complete website.
Oh, it's called the Diddy. Let me write it down. The Diddy docket, right?
Yeah, Diddy docket. And so if you go over there, you could go to what do you call it? You could go.
Mods, put it in there for me. He says the Diddy docket is diddydocket.com.
Yes, that's correct.
Got mods, put it in there for anybody who wants to go look at it, please.
And when you go over there, you could go to docket 275. So 275, it will give you, they will basically when you read it, you consider yourself as a juror, and then the jurors need to be educated. So they explain all the definitions that you need to know. They explain all the legal theories that you need to know, and they explain how the case fits into the legal theories and then what the jury is going to be basing the judgment on. So, for instance, if you talk about sex trafficking, you talk about ST. You talk about ST and stuff like that, it will give you the different elements you have to go by. If you talk about kidnapping, it will give you the different elements you have to go by. If you talk about P, it will give you the different elements you got to go by. And I think that will help the masses understand how it really works in the court of law. Even though it's fun to discuss, how it works in the court of opinion, but that can only go so far.
That's true. Court of opinion doesn't go so far, but when people are on a jury, all they know is their public opinion. Sometimes it just muddies the water. Sometimes as far as the law.
I think that's what I was trying to explain to you. When people go in the jury, they are educated on the law and they're given the instructions. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was trying to give to the masses. So that, because the people in the jury, they're not going to be judging the case as the average American judges the case. The average American, they can't even pass the LSATs, let alone understand the legal concepts.
But the jurors are the ones that can't pass the LSAT, majority of them. I
wouldn't say that. Are you familiar with the profile of the jurors?
Yeah, I'm very much familiar. I'm in the courtroom.
Okay, so there's one professor. You don't think the professor in neuroscience, you don't think he can pass the LSAT?
No, professor, he might be a professor in art. He may not be able to pass the LSAT. Not everybody who has a professor degree could pass the LSAT because they're not going to be an attorney.
So you don't even know what professor he's in, right? What you studies, right? He's a professor in anything. He could be a professor in art.
You could be a professor in art, yeah.
Do you know what he professors?
No, I'm just getting okay.
If they're familiar.
Are you coming up here to argue with me, sir?
Please get the next person.
I'm not here to argue. I'm just asking a question. You said you were. Anyway, never mind. I'll let you go ahead, Glamorous. Kima, go ahead. Say what you got to say.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you, Fax.
Thank
Okay.
you, Jesus.
Hey,
All right,
Thaddeus.
everybody. I
Hey,
I just hey, how you doing? I just found you yesterday, and I like your content a lot.
thank you.
You know, I'm gonna wake it up this morning. Okay, I'm gonna remind y'all first. She's not asking for y'all opinion. She's not trying to debate with anybody. Well, she's asking for y'all opinion. She's not asking to debate. She's not trying to challenge anybody on the channel. She just want our opinion of what we think thus far. But yeah, feeding back off Cordell. I think that's the first guy's name.
Yes.
Okay, Cordell. He have a point. He have a point. Like he
No,
have a point in
I think you're talking about what's the name? Cordell's not, was it Cordell? I'm lost
the
now.
first guy,
Sorry.
the nice looking guy, the nice
Yes.
looking guy with the good,
Yeah.
yeah, him.
Cordell, yes.
Cordell have a point. So I see where both of them actually have a point. I see where people can be confused, like is this case going to go this way or is it going to go that way? Because the SMEX, I'm gonna just say SMEX, the SMEX trafficking part is like, is it really that if he's have a certain status in his lifestyle doing this? But then again, it's still illegal to cross state lines, to have SMEX. So I also understand what the other guy was talking about too. So, and I want to feedback off what you said yesterday. I know you said something about you went like real deep in it, and I got my own theories too. The Harvey, not Harvey Weinstein, Dan Snyder. I feel like with this whole case, I honestly think Diddy's going to get off. I don't know what's going to happen, but I honestly think it's going to be something that he's going to get off of, and the money that was used to pay Cassie is you. I feel like Cassie was brought into this to pay off somebody else, and they just had to use her as a middleman. That's just how I feel, and I feel like Diddy owed somebody some money, either in the industry or somebody big. But that's just how I feel. I also feel like in the end of this case, they're gonna break like a huge. I don't want to say this, but I feel like Diddy got something. I feel like Diddy got something, and that's why a lot of these people don't really want to say. I feel like that's why when Kim Porter passed away, that's why he was seen at the house first, taking all the pills and stuff. That's just how I feel. But hey, that's neither here nor there. But I also feel like Diddy was a distraction with the Dan Snyder with the quiet on set, because it's like we were talking about that, and then the next thing you know,
Question
Diddy
for you. What's his name? I'm sorry. I can't get the man's name. What's his name?
was it Dan Snyder quiet
Dan
on set?
Snyder? Is that his name, y'all?
I
Because
hope I'm not saying this man's name wrong.
no, I don't know his name. I can't remember his name. I just want folks to help me out with that one.
Quiet on Dan Snyder, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
But I just find it real funny. Like we were talking about the quiet on set, and those were actual kids that we grew up watching. And then next thing you know, Diddy just so bad. Like, mind you, Diddy is so guilty. Diddy is guilty of the DV. Yes, he had no business beating that woman. But the whole case that video it doesn't have anything to do with the sex trafficking. Sadly, I wish it did because he's wrong. He's wrong for a lot of things. It seemed like to me so far in the case, Diddy's just mean, and it's not illegal to be mean. Now, when it comes to the state lines with the snacks, now that's the confusing part because it's the lifestyle that he live. I'm sorry, I'm at work and trying to hurry up, so that part is a little confusing. So I don't know. In my opinion, Diddy might just get off. I don't know. And I've been saying that for a long time that he might get off. Daphne Joy, that lady been in that lifestyle. I'm not even gonna tell y'all how I know. But yeah, she been in that lifestyle.
Ma'am, we do not do that. You're gonna get taken
I'm
off.
so sorry. I'm
Oh
sorry.
my God, y'all.
Let me get off then. I'm sorry, y'all.
Bye. Woo! What in the world? Well, I didn't say it. I got it removed. I ain't say it. Government, you come after me. I ain't say it. I don't know who she talking about. I don't know who she talking about. All right, hold on. We're gonna play a different song. Hold on, let's do the video. Hold on, we need a break for a minute. Hold on.
Life's trials catch my eye, stories that let my spirit fly. Chatting about the highs and lows, with my faith it truly shows. Grandpa Kobe by my side, moms are here to be our guide. Sharing love in every way, together we'll brighten the day. Interesting trial.
You know, I had to put my voice still up there. Hey, Philly.
Hey, I want to. Good morning. Good morning. I want to say this about this case.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that Cassie got abused, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we as mothers will have to realize we got sons and we have daughters. It was wrong for him to put his hands on Cassie, right? But on this case, we have people getting on the stand and purging themselves. So it's dirtying up the real evidence. As far as the young lady being dangling over the
Balcony.
railing, the 17th floor. You know, we these are regular people on the jury, whether they are Caucasian, African American, or any mixed race. It still put doubt in people's head because they got to go in there to say, I truly believe every one of their statements. They might have covered each charges, but do the jury believe each person who got on the stand and testified? That is the question that we have to understand. Just because one person got kicked off or doesn't mean that everybody believe what they saying. Just because they're not showing no facial expressions. He was just one of the ones that showed facial expressions. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just because they are white doesn't mean that people sitting up there saying, "Okay, we're gonna get this." That doesn't mean that. You might be surprised. Now I don't know if this other young man that's going to testify Monday is going to change the narrative, because I don't even know if that's true. We just heard it online, but from what they have put on the stand so far, as a person who was on the jury, I used to be on the jury. That's why I said what I said. Just because you see one thing, when when you get back there and you got to sit down and people are talking about it, you will be surprised at the ones who really be like, yeah, it don't really be the one that you think is going to go for you. It be the ones that you think that's not going to go for you, be the ones that go for you.
That's true. That is so true. You're right about that.
So if they targeting that one, you might have 3 other people on there say, I don't believe none of them. Because each one of them came up there. And then this is another thing that they got to realize. The government has to realize. Anytime that you have to force a person who says that they wanted justice, but then I had to force you to come in here to take the stand, then you didn't want justice. They keep asking that question. What do you want to happen? I want justice. But then I have to force you to come in here. If you wanted justice, Why am I forcing you? Why am I have to subpoena you? Why didn't you come forward once the case came about and I contacted you and you willingly said, yes, I will testify? They would, if you willingly say I would testify, you still would have got immunity. You understand what I'm saying? They did not want to come in there. So once a jury here, I was forced, and the first question they asked, were you for? How did you come? I was subpoenaed. I don't want to be here. They immediately say that afterwards. After the jury hears that part right there, then we already know, okay, they didn't want to be here. So it could go either way. You understand what I'm saying?
Excellent point. Excellent point. Yes, I understand what you're saying. And that's why most of them ask that question. If you ever notice, every single case that I've ever gone to, they always ask a particular witness, did you have to come? Why do you want to be here? Why did you come here? Yeah, you're right.
If you notice it on the R. Kelly, because I followed the R. Kelly case too, none of them said they didn't want to be there. But every one of these young ladies that came on the stand, including Cassie, did not want to be there.
Same thing with YSL. YSL, they didn't want to be there. Remember?
They didn't want to see the difference, see the pattern. Yes. And what happened with because they didn't want to be there, and you was given. And then also y'all got to realize the question that the defense asked them is, how many times has you
sat with
the governor, right? When they start saying 24, 18, now you're being coerced. They are coercing you. They are prepping you to say on the stand. Well, that's how it is so easy for the defense team to come and destroy their testimony, because you can be prepped for what questions that the DA is going to ask you, but you can't be prepped for what the defense is going to ask you. That's why you say, oh, their stories are lining up. Yes, they've been prepped for it. They knew who they was going to call and what questions they were going to call. And I'm just giving y'all some tips on this. Doesn't mean their stories are right. They're being prepped to make their stories fit their narratives.
Oh my God, you teaching us this morning. Thank you.
I was waiting for somebody to do a live so people can understand. You don't have a perfect witness. That's why each one of them came in there, and if you notice, each one came in with their head down, with tissues. They was they talked low, like they was these innocent girls.
Yes.
But in real life, they wasn't like that. They were prepped to do this. That was to play on the strings of the juries. That's all that is.
Yep.
That's all that is. That is not their real, and that's why I say that's when people have to use their real common sense. They have to use their common sense. Do this person really talk like this? Because if you really act like this, how did you get into this type of lifestyle?
Ooh, teach this morning. Teach.
So it all comes down to the people that's in that jury that's going to say, well, the government put on a good case. Of course they're going to put on a good case. They prepped them 24 hours for 24 visits to the. If you telling the truth, you don't need that many times. You come in there, you tell your story, and then they put you on the stand.
That's it.
But if you had to come in there 24 times, then you want them to tell exactly what you want them to say. You got to get it right. You got to, because we trying to go for a conviction. We want this. We don't want to go halfway. But after you come back and you hear the defense come in there and say, well, why didn't you tell the government this? Then they say, well, I forgot. But you didn't forget this? Like, I'm going to say Mia, right? That's her name. The one that the other one who had her name flashed out, right?
Yeah.
Well, she was on the stand and she said how she came and he had her first day, he came in with boxers on. Her first interview, right?
Mm-hmm.
What job do you know that you go and the person that you come to get a job from come and interview in their boxes. What is your first instinct? To leave, correct? This is not the job for me. Because now you already, because what they say, your first impression is your best impression, right?
Yes.
So when you go to a job interview, they want you to be dressed professionally, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would you think the person that you're working for gonna come out in boxes is gonna be any different after you get the job?
Mm.
Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Because as a grown person, because these that also they got to realize these are older people, right? Follow what I'm saying to you. These are older people on the jury. Once they start putting these kids on here, and when I say kids, I mean people that gets on here like the hairdresser. When he got up there and he was snapping, he thought he was being cute. The first thing they were saying, "Oh, this is a joke." Because these older people, these ain't young people, they don't find this cute. Well, they making a joke out of the government with this case has made a joke out of the system. The people they put on there, I was doing drugs and this, that, other, and then I got immunity. So basically, you let criminals go free to get this man. That's another thing that's going to be put in the jury's head. Why come everybody else got immunity, but you trying to give him life for his bedroom activity? Because so far, that's what we have heard.
Okay.
Right. Second thing, when the what did they call them? The entertainers, right? When the entertainers got up there and they said, because all of this put on play, that they was willing to people that people think that they were transported over. In Cassie case, they were only doing people in their area. They were called people from in their area. They wasn't trafficking. You understand what I'm saying? If you go back and listen to the transcripts, nobody crossed state line. Even with Cassie was working with she was signed to his company, right? So majority of the time when they was across state line, she was doing some type of event along with him. So you can't say, oh, well, they were nope. That's because they did their job in the beginning, in the working hours, but afterwards they all had personal lives. They all had personal lives. So that's where it's crossing between work and personal. You got to separate his personal, because he got a personal life, just like his money. He don't have to use his money. He's a billionaire. He doesn't have to use the company funds for baby oil. Because you know what I mean, like even his personal his personal use of subsidies, they're not more than $300 or $400. Do you not think that he got that in his pocket? You understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
It makes a whole lot of sense that people stop and listen to what the people are saying. Now, far as and then I'm gonna let y'all know something too. The feds can't just jump out there and say, I want him to get 30 years in prison for this crime, right? The feds work on a point system. And what a point system is, if he's never been in trouble before, right? He don't have any points. So then they'll go back and say, well, they can only give him the lower end. Because he's a law, he's not somebody who continually been in the system for the same crime, right? So like the prostitution charges, that's the lowest. He can't get. They say 5 to 10. They can only give him 5 years for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then, because he's never been in jail before. He's never had any. He has not been in the feds, so he doesn't have any points against him. At this time, he has no points against him because it's on a point scale. then I don't know, whatever charges, he's gonna get the lower end, and then they gonna combine it. And then that's when they round it off. So he won't get 30 years. He won't get life. If that's what people thinking. He's gonna get the lower end if he's convicted, the lower end, because he's on a point system. The feds work off a point system. Anybody who has been ever dealt with the feds will tell you the highest that they could give him at this point might be 15 years. Because they're going to drop some of these charges. He's not going to get convicted on. They probably, and if they come with him with a plea, now this is another thing that y'all got to look out for. If the defense come on in with a stronger case, this is when you know the defense feel like the prosecutor feel like they're losing. That's when they will offer him another plea. If they offer him another plea,
they did. They offer him a second time plea right before the trial started. And also, the other thing, if it gets a hung jury, they're definitely going to try to give him a plea, way better plea.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to tell you. If they offer him, so you know I know what I'm talking about. If they offer him a plea, that means that they don't feel like they got a stronger. And I'm gonna tell you another thing: they're not going to retry him. They're not going to the grand jury is not going to bring this case back. I'm gonna tell you why. Because they had to force the people to come on the stand this time. Do you think they're going to get these people back? No.
Somebody says it's not going to be a hung jury. Somebody says it's not going to.
Well, we don't. I don't know if it's going to be a hung jury. I don't know if he's going to be found guilty, because for right now, for what we see, we don't really know what's going on in people's mind. Because if you look at it, we are out here right now. Do you not know? Because if this is all they have and they're getting ready to rest their case, a lot of people are like, well, because they had the wrong impression about what the case was going to be about. But once that you heard what the case was about, a lot of people was not saying he's guilty.
Yep. More people saying that when it first came out, I heard more people in my chat, more people in the street was saying, oh, he done. The government got him. He done. Now they're in the 5th week of the trial. They're like, what? This is about this dude's life.
And that's what I'm saying. If we're sitting here debating about it, believe me, these are regular people, and just because the judge said don't go, and they got people talking, they got their kids talking, their family talking to them, on them people in the jury. You think their family not talking to them about what's going on? They are talking, and they're going to come back, and you just don't know. You just don't. You can't say because one jury was dismissed that it's going to go downhill. That means that people like people wasn't convinced that he was innocent if you're putting that one person, putting all the pressure on that one person. You see what I'm saying? Like if they put all the eggs on that means they're not comfortable with their case if they're looking for this one man to save their client. You feel what I'm saying? Now I would feel nervous.
No. Well, listen, but for them to try to push to get a juror off to get a second bite of the apple, now that's already telling you something there. Like, hey,
and I agree with that.
Huh?
I agree with that.
Look, so give us a chance. So now you already know, because if you're fighting after the 5th week, this person's been on this trial 5 weeks, and now you trying to get them off. You want them off. There's a problem. You could tell they want them off, because if you hear defense is trying to keep them on. Prosecutor want them off. So why does the prosecutor want them off? You don't want nobody that's going to help you to lose your case.
Right. That's exactly right. You don't want but that's what I'm saying. That's where it comes with a mind game, because they think because of his facial reaction, because I could be balling my face up because I might not like what you're saying, or I could be balling my face up because I agree with what you're saying. I don't like what he did. You see what I'm saying? They going off of his facial expressions, or he stopped writing. Maybe he stopped writing not because he agrees with what the defense is saying. Maybe he stopped writing because he's like, I don't need to hear no more, because I already have in my mind he's guilty. That's why I'm saying neither one of them know how this man really feels or this woman really feels. They're going off a face expression.
True, but Philly, if you would have seen, you'd be like, oh yeah, he on.
I mean, I feel like he's with him, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying, just trying to balance the scales. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but look, obviously they think the same thing I'm thinking because they want him off.
Right. I mean, we all feel like that. We all feel like that, but you just got to remember, you got to understand it's called face expressions. Just because a person because it could be the wrong thing. But what I'm saying is, the government could screw themselves.
That's right.
And
They might be
kick him
thinking
off
ahead.
and put somebody else up there and won't show no expressions and get up there and throw a monkey wrench in their whole case. Because you got to remember, everybody hears the same story, and they are actually hearing a whole lot more from the people out there how they really feel. They going home because they're going home and they're listening to everybody. You got people. You got one side of the people saying one thing. You got one side. So that means it's divided. You understand what I'm saying? Once it's divided, you cannot get a reasonable doubt. You cannot get a guilty without a reasonable doubt. You cannot. And anybody who say you can, because if you put 10 people, this is how you could tell how a jury is built. If you put 10 people, the 10 random people, and ask 10 different people, do you think that he's guilty or not guilty? And then you will get your answer right then, how people really feel about this case.
Yeah.
You're not going to get 10 solid people to say he's guilty, and you're not going to get 10 solid people to say he's not.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what's happening. That's exactly
Go ahead.
And anytime you have that, it's a reasonable doubt. It's a hung jury, period. Somebody say, it's not going to be a hung jury. It's going to be one because everybody's not thinking the same way. Now, and then you got you New Yorkers up there. New Yorkers are strong-willed person. Ain't nobody going to change anybody's mind. I'm telling you, you go in the sun. Not trying to pick on the Southern folks. I'm not trying to pick on you guys, but you could be persuaded and change. But you got some jurors that's gonna sit up on that bench and like, look, I don't believe this, or I believe this. You ain't gonna change my mind about this. I don't care what you say. Come on now.
You're right. Because and then also you got to look at when the jury go back, that girl who said she was hung over the balcony. I'm from Philly. I'm just telling y'all what people don't understand is us Northerners. Once you tell us a lie, we're not gonna sit there and say everything. Now everything that you do is a lie to us. Everything you do is a lie to us. You understand what I'm saying? And far as the government goes, we're already fighting against stuff. You try to take his whole legacy for a bedroom.
Philly, hold on. And then the ages of the jurors, y'all. They're majority are older, over 50 people.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They not going for it. But they not going for it. Once you lie, you tainted the jurors' mind when you first start lying. You know what I mean? Once they start catching them up in lies, it already is like, wait a minute. The feds is not welcome in the state of North Carolina. I mean, in the state of New York. They're not welcome. They got, you know how many people that's probably on that jury that has a family member that's in prison?
Yeah, but you know what? But you remember Southern District is a strong district. They got 99% conviction rate.
There's 98% is because a lot of people will take a plea deal. They not majority of the ones, and if you could pull it up, the ones that actually go to court and fight for it ends up beating their charge. Because they're not and you can tell by this case, they're not equipped to go to trial. They only good for pleas. You see what I'm saying? They're not. That's why they're not so not state. You got a better chance to lose a state case than you got a federal case if you go to trial. Most times when they got you, they have a lot of evidence, you know what I'm saying? But you can tell when they came out with when they showed the pictures of all the evidence that they seized, when they had foots on the ground, they had people in the air, They had people on boats.
Oh
You
my God.
mean to tell me all you got? And this is why I'm telling y'all. And now these are taxpaying people.
But wait,
And
hold
all
on. Really, hold on. Now tell me now. This came out yesterday, right? The judge asked her, "Can you bring somebody in who was actually could tell you where they found the GUNs and what the position was?" She gonna tell him that they're not gonna be able to bring somebody that could give you eyewitness information of what was on. Something's not right about that.
because they're not supposed to do that. That means that they're gonna have to admit to a mess up.
Yeah, because you're gonna show how the GUNs was laid out. You want to bring that picture in, but then you're not gonna tell how whether or not it was locked in a locked room. Blah blah blah. You can't bring somebody who's gonna give you that information. You can only bring out the person who secured the GUNs. Come on now.
That means that would have been the second screw up they had, because they did not, just like with the young lady who was dangled over the railing, right? And a lot of people saying it had to be. Listen, the date on that picture doesn't lie. She came in and her first testimony said she came in. She started off with, "He dangled me over the railing." That was her first. That's why they had to throw the whole thing out, because that's what she started off with. You see what I'm saying? Are you following me?
Yeah.
Well, she came to take the stand. She said that he dangled her over the balcony. That was her first. So everybody was, that was the shocker, right? So now the prosecution should have known right then. Stop. She shouldn't have started that. She shouldn't have started in like that, because they should have known that when he was performing, the date that he performed. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why they not going to sit there and tell you, "I messed up again," because we done lost up. We can't get this man back up here to say where they found these guns, these GUNs at. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, they also try to bring the doctor back to try to clarify some of the how the victims are supposed to react and stuff like that, and the judge not letting her come back again either.
Yeah, because now, you know why? The judge can't let her come back, because why would I let you come back and you already had your shot? And then they got questions. The defense already got questions about, because now you're going to mess it up for everybody else to come in here.
Yeah.
We got to use this lady again. We don't want to put any, because somebody might want to be on another jury, and this lady come back on here again, and we're already saying all this and all that about her. That's going to mess up somebody else's case because of what what the defense is saying about her. So no, the judge will not bring her back on that note. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do any of this make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Okay, there was another thing. As far as the tape go, I'm gonna tell you the key things that people are not listening to, right? In order for it to be a bribery, or a bribery, is because Cassie stated she did not, because before she left out of it, she told them she did not want them to call the police, right? First and foremost, right? So they already knew that no police wasn't going to be involved. Second of all, right? Cassie herself stated that she wanted this tape to go away as well, because it was going to mess up her career, because her movie was getting ready to come out, right? So it didn't all just fall on him. They both wanted the tape gone. They didn't want it to be sold to anyone else. That's not bribery. That is okay, because in order to be called a bribery, police people or the destruction of evidence.
An official should be involved in it.
Official, and as of this date, and this is where it's messing everything up at. As of this date, no one has charged him with that incident. Even though the tape came out, before the tape came out, he was not charged with any criminal activity with Cassie as far as that tape.
Don't you think it's because of the statute of limitation on that?
No, I said before that, because remember, he bought the tape. He got the tape right after it happened, right? So that means up until now, nobody has brought anything to the nobody has brought any charges up. You see what I'm saying? Because at really the hotel could have called the police. They could have made a statement.
Yeah.
Soon as it happened, the police was supposed to be called. You follow the steps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once once the police got involved, then they can say, wait a minute. They can't because the state, even though Cassie didn't press charges, the state could have picked it up. You feel what I'm saying?
True.
Because they never called the police. But this is before Cassie or Diddy got the tape. The hotel never called the police, so the police has never been called on this incident. So you can't say.
No, I would say so. Basically, that whole tape thing was to protect both sides, the victim
Both
side,
sides.
and perpetrator. Okay.
Right, and because they both are influencers, they have the right to retain that tape because they careers on the line, both careers, not just hers too.
Okay, got you.
You see what I'm saying? This is where a lot of stuff is getting with when you go back until this is how people going to go back there and communicate in that jury. You follow me?
Yeah.
So that's why I said people can't sit and say, "Oh, he's going to go to jail for life." You can't say that because there's a lot of things that they got to go back there to discuss because it says without a reasonable doubt. See, that's where people without a reasonable doubt. Without a reasonable doubt, can you say he's guilty? No one can actually say he's guilty. The only thing that you can say he's guilty of is assaulting Cassie. And the only reason why we know that is because we've seen the tape.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say, oh man, I had it in my head what I was going to ask you, but now it's just slipped out. I hope it comes back. Go ahead and say something because then maybe I'll jog.
I just want people to see, you know what I mean? Just look at, like I said, I'm from Philadelphia, and I'm telling you how we think. We from the streets, and these older people that's on that stand, and believe it or not, Caucasian people is out there more than the blacks are. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. If y'all think that those Caucasian people up there that is not hip to this street stuff, you crazy. They're more hip than you are. If you look at it, they're fighting for their children to come back in to go to the corporate department because they're trying to be in the rat game. They trying to be on TV. They trying to do everything that we're doing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So I hate that they're trying to push this man off on the simple fact is because and then a lot of people don't know this too. You can live in two different places. When he got on the trial, he might have lived in New York or the Bronx, right? And then his girlfriend decided to go to Jersey, and he might stay over here at his aunt's house during the week, and on the weekends go see his daughter. But he actually really lives in Jersey, but because of the trial, he's in New York. You know what I mean? Come on, let's make it make sense. You asked me where do I live at? Well, I live both places, and it can be true.
Like right now, I'm living here. I've been here more than 30 days in Georgia.
You considered a resident.
Yeah, once you live a spot in 30 days, you're considered a resident there. That's what they are in Georgia. That's why you got to change your license. If you've been over 30 days, yep, you're considered residents. So
that's where people are misunderstanding because they sent that paperwork to his house in order to be on that jury. So they know he lived at that residence.
Yep.
Right? What's his license?
His license says New York.
So that means he's a resident in New York. Regardless, I can say I live with my girl. I can say I live with my boyfriend over in Jamaica, but I'm over in America.
Yeah.
But when I go to Jamaica, that's who I live with.
Yep. So, but that's what that because I know in fact in Georgia, once you stay in place 30 days, they tell you go change your license. They tell you go change your license.
Uh-huh. So they're fighting so hard because you can't say that, and then you got somebody who's this hearsay. You know what I mean? It's hearsay, and you are fighting awfully hard because does it really matter? He done been there 5 weeks. He done been there 5 weeks. He been late, and they just not bringing it to your attention. And then if it was such a big thing, why did you wait for a whole week to address it? If you didn't feel like it was a issue Monday, why do you feel like it's a big issue? Once you didn't address it Monday, and let him sit all week, then it's not that big of a deal. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's not that big of a deal. I mean, an address, you really going this hard to get him kicked off because of an address?
That's a light thing. I could see if he was talking to somebody and he was told not to talk, and that's totally different because you're violating the judge's order. But if you're doing something, and he's the one who brought it to their attention, it's not them bringing it to his attention. He brought it to their attention about the New Jersey stuff.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he's the one who brought it to their attention.
So okay. Now I didn't know that. Now I heard that, and I'm just this. That's why I say I don't like hearsay.
He brought it to the jury. The jury service people. He brought it to their attention.
He took it to the head juror.
No, not the juror. He took the juror services.
Oh, okay.
So juror services.
Okay, now Cindy, I'm gonna ask you this question. I gotta ask this question because you're in the courtroom. Have you heard anything about the young man Brandon Paul? Is it true? Can you confirm or deny that he will be testifying Monday? I have the only person I have heard it from is one, and I take that with a grain of salt. So I'm asking you, have you heard anything about that young man?
Okay. What's the name was the only one left over. Inner City Press is the only one that was left over of the when we all left the courtroom, and he put down who the next witnesses are going to be. If you look at Inner City Press on X, he told who the next witnesses are. Did you see it? Hold on, let me go look at his. Hold on. Anybody seen his posting of the next? He gave 3 witnesses who they're going to be. Did y'all see it? Yes, he recorded. He was testifying on Monday. They said 3 summary witnesses, a law enforcement, an agent, and another personal assistant. Okay. Yes, they did say he was going to be there. Danielle said, yeah. Danielle, okay. Did you get it from Inner City Press? We just want Inner City Press information, not anybody else.
Right. I don't want anybody else's, just that person.
Just Inner City Press. Because Inner City Press is the one that was left over, and he gave who was coming up next.
And the reason why I'm gonna tell you why I asked that question. If they put
it up there. CMT says summary witness Sanker and 2 other personal assistant Brandon Paul. Yes, he's gonna be there.
Okay, so that means let me tell y'all what this means, right? They went back to Brandon because they was not secure with how this case was going. Because remember that Brandon
was the one, wasn't he?
Huh?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He got caught on the plane. That's the sister got caught on the plane.
The one with the mule.
Right, the mule, right? But I'm gonna tell you why is really not a real big thing about this because or he could say did he gave it to him, right? Or how many times that he went and picked up, but it's all personal use. You know what I mean? Let me tell you
Oh,
about the
but what you think?
feds.
We already knew that everybody testified that he was getting drugs from people. So that
Yeah,
would
that's personal.
oh,
Right. It's not a big thing. It's not, it's not as big as everybody think. But it's like it's just adding to the fuel. That's all it is.
yeah.
Because that young man also and the defense team is going to use it, mark my words. Well, you took a deal, right? And then
Oh,
he has to tell them.
I hope Nicole cross him, y'all. I hope please let Nicole cross him. Please let Nicole cross him. Please.
See, because once he take that deal, right? Once he has to tell he has to tell everybody what his deal was. He has to go and tell. They're going to ask that. Well, what kind of deal did you take? What was your plea deal? He has to tell it. So then that also taints the jury. Like, okay, are you up here really testifying because you took this deal, and you want and then also I heard that his charges was dropped. So what else could you offer him to make him come up here and tell? That's the question that I have. The only thing that he had to do was go to classes because once I said these are all first offenders. They're not and they're not big people. They all first offenders. So they can offer him classes or the lower end of the time. So he took the classes. Unless they said, well, if you don't get on the stand and testify, the classes is off the table. You have to go in and do this amount of time. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I want Nicole to cross him, y'all. I want Nicole to cross him so bad. I want Nicole to cross him.
Oh, and I want to say this. I'm gonna get off your stage. I have to also let you guys also know when the young lady Teeny was cross-examined this Jane Doe. A lot of people wanted Nicole to go in there. Let me explain. Now, Diddy has a hell of a team, and I'm gonna tell you why. Each one of them knows who they are going up against. Teeny went in there, and what she did was show everybody Jane Doe's true colors. At the end, she was able to pull out how she really is. If you notice, she showed how she was jealous. She had a real jealousy spree, and who she was jealous of. Not that she was just jealous, but who she was jealous of, and not only who she was jealous of, why she was jealous. You see what I'm saying? That all plays a part. When you go back there, well, did she really come in here and testify because she felt like she didn't want to do it? No, she came in here and testified because she was jealous because he was spending more time with these other women. See, this is what I'm saying. Each one of these each one of his teams has a unique way of getting the information they need out of these witnesses. Do you not agree?
I agree. But oh my God, Sam, you need to come up here because Sam, I know you are a prosecutor team person, and Sam just said, not sure what you've been watching, CMT. The defense was only best against Dawn. Oh my God, no! What? You don't think they were best against the young lady? Not just Dawn, the young lady, the Mia. You don't think they were strong on Mia? You don't think they were strong? He says, "No, I'm not biased." No, you're a prosecution, man. You're I've been watching the conversation. You've been prosecution all the way.
If he's saying that the prosecution was the strongest, if they were so strong, right? If they were so strong, Sam, that's your name, Sam. Why is it that they had to go and beg people to come on the stand? Technically they forced the people to come on the stand. Even their third witness refused to take the stand.
Who did Dawn? Nicole did Dawn. Nicole did Dawn.
No, I thought, was it Nicole who did Dawn?
Yeah, it was Nicole. She said, I thought so. She was going in on her.
Well, Dawn came up there. She was upset, honey. She was really upset, but she been upset. She been all anybody who would listen to her. And if you notice, you haven't heard anything else from Dawn. Since Dawn got off that stage, ain't nobody heard from Dawn. Anybody seen her? Anybody heard from her? Dawn has not reappeared since then.
He said that the
Oh, that's another thing I wanted y'all to know about Jane Doe too, right? When they asked Jane Doe,
don't use her name either. Don't do it.
I said Jane Doe. I didn't say I would never put her name out there. But one thing that people don't understand is the prosecutor said she has not had a lawsuit out there, right? But she doesn't have to. She don't at this point. All she need is for them to say that he's guilty of SA and her, right? Because when she goes down there, because he's already found guilty of it, she don't have to. All she got to do is present that piece of paper and say he did this, and the only thing they gonna ask us, how much do you think? That's why she asked them. She said, "Well, how much do you think my body is worth?" Because once he's found guilty, the only thing she could say, I was one of the ones, and her name is on there. Her true name is on there. She could take it to any judge, and because he was found guilty of it, if that's why I say if he's found guilty of it, then she could go in there. Only thing she got to do is write in the number that she wants. Jane Doe wasn't dumb at all. All she needs for him to be guilty of her. Now, let me bring this back to you too. They can find him guilty on Cassie, right? But not find him guilty on Jane Doe.
Oh, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? That's another thing people got to understand. It's going to lower his time because they don't find him guilty. They don't feel like he's guilty of doing anything to Jane Doe. So that means, okay, well, we can't get him on this. That leaves only Cassie. What they should have done was kept Cassie. They should have put Jane Doe out there. Now, Sam, do you not agree, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yeah, could y'all stop repeating stuff? Y'all saying anything in there? Okay.
I can't see the comments, but I'm just telling you, these are the things that they're going to go back into the deliberation room and discuss. When they sit down, them 12 jurors going to sit down and they're going to go over each person's testimony, right? And they're going to say whether they believe, because it's all up to whether these people believe what these people said. Just because they're sitting there and they're listening does not mean that they believe everything they're hearing. Because first of all, they came in there with just a story. Anybody can tell you a story. I can sit up here and say, I was in a car accident and I broke all of my legs, and then I had to go overseas and and then now I can walk again. That's a story, right? But how good is my story? Is it when I have no proof that I was in this car accident? I have no proof that my legs was broken. I have no proof that they put it back together. It's just a story without the evidence to support what I'm saying. It's up to the jury to believe without evidence that they're telling us the truth. That this is where people that's why it says is you got to be truthful because you want the jury to believe your story, right? Mm-hmm. Every time somebody get on the stand, the first thing that people ask them, what did Diddy tell you to do? Tell the truth. So if he's telling his side to tell the truth, and then you got your side telling lies, who do you think is going to, where it's going to be? Well, if he's telling his people to tell the truth, and you're telling people they get up here telling the lies, who should we believe? Mm-hmm. Right or wrong? We're adults up here.
You're right. You're right.
How many people has got up there and told fibs?
A whole bunch of them.
A whole bunch of them, right? We all heard it.
Yeah, they got caught in their lie. And then here's the thing. The demeanor too. You got to watch the demeanor of the person on the stand. They watch, and if a person can't look at you, that was the problem with Jane Doe. When they can't look at you, they kept looking down. That's a problem.
Well, Mia showed you that. Mia showed you that when she first came in there. See, Mia, I knew Mia. Well, I wasn't even at the courthouse, but when Mia came in there with her entourage, I knew this was gonna be a shit show. Then, you know, I knew it was gonna be a shit show then because you got up there, you were soft spoken and everything. By the end of her time, she got up there. She was upset. We see the whole different part of Mia, right? We see the whole different side of Mia. We seen the videos of her, how she was loving on him, how she was, that's my best friend. But you came here, which didn't want to be seen because you didn't want people to go out and talk about you or even bring up the things that you have done or even go back and pull up the receipts today. Because once they found out who she was, people start calling in like, hey, wait a minute, that's not her. That's not how she act. You know what I mean? So that's why she didn't want her face to be shown.
Yeah.
It's a lot of things that the government knew about these people because best believe it, they was watching Diddy. They was watching them too.
Yeah, true. Yep.
They know what she was doing and what she wasn't. When she got up there, and I'm glad that they brought it out because she made a statement, and each one of them, Jane Doe, Mia, the only one who didn't say it was Cassie. She made a statement, and she said what she said about the Instagram and Facebook. She said people go on Instagram and Facebook and portray to be something they're not, right? They show a lifestyle that it really isn't, right? So now, even Jane Doe, right? When she was on there, she said, she kept saying, I told him what I wanted him to hear. I was pretending. So now you got the jury saying, well, are you pretending now?
They forgot that jury's gonna be thinking that right now stuff too.
I'm saying we regular people, you know what I'm saying? And they regular people. These are the questions that's gonna go back there and ask. Are you pretending now? If you were pretending and you was acting because you were so good at it, you had him believing that you were so in love with him. Are you up here telling us this that you are? I mean, which side do you want us to believe that you did or you didn't? You had conflicting testimony. You told him one thing, you telling us another, and then you saying you were pretending. So now it confuses people. Which one do you want us to believe? You see how messy this is?
Yeah, very messy.
But it brings it back to what everybody who got off the stand, when Sean asked them, when they said the police is coming and they're going to ask you some questions, he said, tell them the truth. Even though he know he was going down, he wasn't trying to bring everybody down with him. He said, tell them the truth. So it makes you wonder, you know what I mean? Like, how much of the story should I take with a grain of salt?
True.
And and the bad thing is, I'm not even a Puffy fan.
I don't think. Well, I'm not. I'm not.
So that just lets you know. Go ahead.
No, I say I was hearing so many negative things about him that I never even listened to his music. I wasn't into anything of his like that. So those who question whether or not I'm a person that you are innocent until proven guilty. That's where my stance is. And right now, he's considered innocent until proven guilty. That's where I'm
Correct. That's where I'm at with it too. But it just brings me to where and I'm gonna tell you where I felt like where I was on he needs to go to jail is when the man got on the TV, and when he got on, I felt like he should have been convicted because I was thinking that it was children involved. They were doing, it was a lot of things because you hear a lot of things, you know what I mean? So you thinking, oh, well, this got to be true. All of these people coming out. And then after you hear so many people that was going under Jane Doe's and stuff like this. And I'm like, well, if I want people to be aware of what's going on and I want it to stop and it's not about money, then because I'm sacrificing it anyway, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to put my story out there, and I don't have to feel like I have to hide my face, because then you can see I'm a real person who actually went through this, and it's not about money. Because there's another thing the jury is going to be upset about. Nobody went to the police, right? And I'm talking about we're going to get to, let me stop. Let me go back for a minute. We're even going to go back to the personal assistants, right? If anybody knows what a personal assistant is, a personal assistant is someone who takes care of their boss's daily activities, right?
Okay.
A personal assistant does not really have regular hours. They are, if they got to go out of town, the personal assistants go with them. You understand what I'm saying? They take care. You got rock stars who has personal assistants. They get water. They get upset if they don't got the right water. Well, they set up before they get to the hotel. They got the linen. They might not like the linen that the hotel provides, or they might not like the towels they provide. They make sure they go in before their boss go in and set everything up the way the boss likes it, right? So it's not if it's that's why they on salary, and then they get bonuses, because it's not a certain time that they get off. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why a lot of personal assistants say I work long hours, because you never know what time your boss, because your boss working long hours, and it didn't sound like, even though he was doing a lot of self-medicated, he was actually working too. Let's throw that out there. He was actually working too. And on his downtime, he gave his personal assistants, because they weren't with him. They was in another room doing, they had every opportunity to do whatever they wanted to do, because he was doing his downtime. If he was doing 18 hours worth of personal stuff, right? What was the personal assistants doing? They were taking care of their own business. So they can't say that they worked him, because every one of them said they had 30 hours worth. Sometimes they be doing their thing for 30 hours. So what was your personal assistant doing? You can't get him for labor law if he down for 30 hours.
Yeah. All right, Silly. I have Money's back. Money, go ahead.
Hey, Miss Sylvia, I had to come back up. It's just I ain't doing nothing, and I love the show. Um, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can.
Hey, again, I'm gonna say it like this is just real life stuff, and they did this man dirty. This man does not need to be sitting on no federal bench for no RICO. Because when you really look at it again, that what Cassie, we here because of Cassie, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was his girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were in a real relationship, right?
A
So
weird
what do you
one,
think?
but yeah. Yeah, a weird one, but yeah.
But they had titles on each other. That's
Mm-hmm.
my girl. That's my dude. 11 years.
Yeah, I guess. But that's not my type of relationship. Okay.
I mean, that's not yours, but that's what they was in a relationship. How am I trafficking my girl, man?
But
How
that's
am
why
I
I'm
like
trying to say,
this is
listen,
my girl?
but you are absolutely right, Money. And also, she was actually working, so they can't say that he trafficked her, because first that was his girl, and she would travel with him when he would go out of town with business, whether she was on the roster or not, and then he would go out of town with her whether he was on the roster or not. So that's like AC, what's it, Rocky and Rihanna, they got kids together. You know what I mean? They travel with each other. So if anything happened, you can't say I'm trafficking her. This is my baby mama, or my wife, or my girlfriend. You can't say that, because they're in a relationship. It just so happened they're in the industry together too.
And not only is this my girl, but she's into the same lifestyle I'm into. As you can obviously see through her text messages and receipts and all that. Like she make these types of dates with me or without me. What are you talking about? This is what she do too. Her,
Oh my. Yeah, I'm sorry, but Money, man, I'm still telling y'all, Money is hurt, y'all. Money.
I'm hurt. I am hurt. Yo, this ain't right. This ain't fair because the accountability in real life ain't it's not equal. You know what I'm saying? It's not equal at all. Like
Sylvia, I love money. We got to keep money up.
I got I got the bag and you ain't got nothing to give me but some yams, bro. You gonna do what I tell you to do, or you gotta move around. All right. How about this? How about this, Miss Sylvia? What the girls tell the guys? If you won't do it, the next man will, because it's a line of them.
Yeah.
You telling the truth. You speaking truth.
That's right. That's right. I said that. Mm.
And then let it be a confident girl that really know that she got the box body still and tight and everything. She gonna tell you like, bro, what? It's a girl right now riding around in any city that some sugar daddy might have bought her car. Like, what are we doing here, man?
Or paid her rent or something like that, and she just
Yes.
got attached to him, did whatever he wanted to do. But when he started cheating, oh, okay, okay.
Hold on. Let Rara say something, y'all, because Rara is this her first time up here. Hi, Rara. Ray, excuse me, Ray.
Listen, my whole thing with Diddy.
Okay, she got a Obama phone, y'all. She messing up.
No, not
I'm
the
messing
Obama.
up. I don't know what's going on with my computer. I might have to come back in.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Philly, don't leave. Philly, don't leave. Sam might come up. Okay, Sam might come up.
I'm not leaving.
Ray's her phone is messing up. Ray, you might have to go out and come back because we can't hear you. We're trying to give you a chance. She gone, y'all. Okay. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead, B.
No, I was just saying. I was just saying that I agree with what Money's saying. You know, you can't get out here. I don't care how young you are, because there's some young girls out here be running behind these old men, and they be hanging on underneath the tree with them and all of that, and trying to get an upcome, trying to get some money. But time these men get with them, they want to call rape. They want to call the police. They want, especially sorry, Sylvia. They want to do everything. They want to do everything in their power because the man don't made them mad. So, I mean, I'm not being biased against what happened to people, because you got to really use your common sense when you out here. You can't be putting yourself out here like that, because it ain't nobody going to feel pity for you. When you get mad, that's when all the show starts showing. Everything start going left. Go ahead, Money.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. You know how when we be like 15, 16, 17, young, especially Miss Silver, you just did the young thug thing. If we make it in our dreams, man, a lot of us can't imagine what kind of life we would live if we made it in those fantasy dreams we was chasing when we was young. And then we finally get older and we got to go get a job and sit down and go to work every day. But these people still living their dreams at a certain age. Like, and Puffy ain't just like no celebrity. He from this mud. Puffy got it out the mud.
That's
right.
He wasn't born with no money. He wasn't born.
Now you can say his kids is gonna be celebrities or whatever, but Puffy ain't a celebrity. He a real person.
That's what I'm upset about, is because that man worked hard. He got it out. He got it out the mud and
Miss Lovely, one at a time. People want to hear everybody. One at a time, please, y'all. One at a time. Go ahead, Philly.
That's what I was saying. Like, the government is trying to take his money, his properties, and everything. People and everybody out here that's rooting for him to go don't realize the impact that's going to happen to his family. You know what I mean? Like they were saying, oh, go to jail. But this man worked hard. Everybody hears how hard he worked, regardless of everything he has done for as these females that was participating. And I'm gonna use participating because that's what they were doing. They want to take all his assets. Why? Because he has a freaky life, a bed style. Come on, that I don't think that is right for them to take his money like that. You know what I mean? No, because he still has children. His girls is getting ready to go to college. His daughter is 2 years old. Why do you feel as though that you didn't work for it, feel like you deserve this money? I don't think it's right. If you're gonna send him to prison, send him to prison. Leave his money alone. He shouldn't even go to prison for what we hearing. But if that's what you want to do, then don't take his money. So why should he go to prison and lose his assets for his bedroom activities? I don't get it. Even if he was doing narcotics, I don't think that they should take it because it wasn't like he was selling it to anybody. He was doing it on his personal gain. You know what I mean? So no, it was his money. He could do what he wanted to do with it.
All right, Miss V, go ahead. Lovely lady.
Now, I was just saying, I agree. I love Philly and I love money because they telling the truth. They speaking, they really put it out and they really saying it just what it is. Because Philly just told us just what it is. She really did. From the day one she jumped on here, she started telling us exactly how it is. And everything she said, I agree with it. Because you got to look at what had happened at the beginning all the way to the end. Nobody wanted to talk. Everybody was having a good time. This is not a RICO. This is a sex crazy. I don't know what it is. And I never heard of such a thing before in my life until I heard this. I didn't even know this was going on in America. But it is. It is. So we go, man, this is real. I'm like, what the heck Diddy was thinking? I know he was in the closet with men. I had been hearing that since Biggie time and stuff. I had been hearing that mess all the way back in the 80s and 90s and stuff, even when he was younger. But I never knew nothing about this other situation stuff going on. But money, let me tell you something. I have always heard this: money talk and be walked.
That's right. All right. We got somebody new up here. Hey, T Lounge. Hello.
Hey, what's going on, Sylvia? How you doing?
Good.
Happy Saturday, everybody.
Hey,
how you doing?
She's another court person here. She can tell you guys some of the stuff that's going on.
I've been in there as often as I could be. I missed a couple of days, but for the most part, I'm there every day.
Well, we're here talking and having a conversation. We've gone all over the world and back, and now we have Mr. Money Man who's really hurt about this whole RICO thing because now he can't have all the women across the world anymore. He can't go for the box anymore.
No, I'm good. Hey, no, Miss Sylvia, for me, I'm good now. Diddy can't come down in the girls that I be wanting to get, they definitely can't get no Diddy now, right? We gotta even the playing field. You ain't allowed. Yeah, my girlfriend live out the project. She can't mess with nobody that makes 60,000. I'm good. My dating pool just got bigger because they can't use their money as influence down here with me.
He got an excuse. I mean, he can't fly her to the islands anymore.
Yeah, Greyhound is about to be real busy. We ain't flying you out no more.
Well,
You gotta catch the bus.
They didn't say only by plane. They don't care if you send them in an Uber, a plane, a bus.
Oh man,
this is crazy.
You gotta stay
local then.
Yeah, you gotta
stay local.
State, okay.
And he can't buy her a meal either. Can't buy her a bracelet for her birthday.
I can't even grab her up by her shirt after she poked me in my eye.
That's another thing I got a problem with. I have a problem with. I'm sorry. I have a problem with because if y'all really listen to what Jane Doe, we gonna stick with this little heifer right here. She got on this stand and said that she slammed this man's head. I have a son. I have a son, right? You slammed this man's head into this marble counter. And then when she said, with all my might. Well, ma'am, what did you think was going to happen after you did that?
And that's the thing. They were saying it wasn't even like she slammed his head into the marble counter. She threw glasses at him. She threw candles, several candles. Well, not several, but a couple of candles at him. Wax burning and flying everywhere and everything like that. he still didn't put hands on her. She ran out the house and all this other stuff. And then she came back in the house, and on the patio, she left this out of her direct. On the patio, she punched him in the back of the head.
She wanted him to hear her, because in order for her to actually get a good settlement, you have to have abuse and the other one. And she was lacking the abuse. So she had to get that out of him. And
Well, her and her man set it all up. You know that, right? The man she started dating, the trainer, they were setting all this up for it to be like it is, and it happened. So it is what it is. Man, we'll never know the truth, but let me tell you something. God knows the truth. We will never know the truth. Diddy got himself put in some mess. Diddy got himself.
I know the truth. I know the truth. I know the truth.
Diddy got himself put in some mess that he cannot get his. Now he just got to deal with it, because he shouldn't never ever. See, that's why I say about these entertainers. They put themselves out there to get put in some situation which they know they got all that money. They flossing all this stuff on Instagram and Facebook and all of this and stuff, and they see people watching and looking. They might be broke, you know what I'm saying? But they flossing all this stuff everywhere, and they attracting all these different people. And they saying, I'm gonna get me a come up, and I'm gonna get me a come up one way or the other. And all they got to do is slap on some makeup, some hair, some short dress, or whatever they want to do, and get out here and go to drinking with these dudes and things, and start taking drugs. They with it then, but then when they fall in love or whatever they call themselves doing with them, and then they end up getting mad because they out there still messing with other women, but messing with them too. Now you don't got mad, but guess what? I got all this evidence on you.
But see, she doesn't really have evidence, because the things that she was saying, and you got people like the assistant that just came on the stand yesterday, actually said that he never seen her upset. So here you got somebody who not even participating in anything, saying, well, when you was around me, you was okay. You know, you was helping us pick out things and stuff. So you was a willing participant. That's why I say Jane Doe will not find him guilty on Jane Doe. They cannot, without a reasonable doubt, say that he's guilty. They cannot say that. They cannot say that, because
and that's what they did with That's what they did with Weinstein. They only got him guilty on one lady. The other lady, they found him not guilty on her. You right, Philly. You right. And that's what I'm trying to tell Sam.
The other one was a hung jury. It's all up to their credibility as they believe their story. Even with Cassie, they're not even sure they could get a position with Cassie either, because you got people on her side coming in that the only thing they could get him on, and that's why if you listen to the open statement, his defense team said you can ask him all about the DV. He is guilty of that. My client is guilty of that. He took accountability, right? That was her open statement. Open statement tell you everything that they're going to do, right? The open statement said that when so we know that he beat Cassie. We do know that. And DV, he's definitely guilty of that. But far as everything else, Cassie herself was saying that she, was into it. So you can't say he was.
And she also told him, I got proof. If you don't give me these 30 million or however million she wanted from him, I'm going to release this. So she did bribe him. She did bribe him. And that was on record.
Which one?
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Sam Jr., come on up here and be the opposition on these people's statement. I mean, everybody's welcome, even if you believe he is guilty. Come on up. I want to hear what you got to say.
But which one were you all talking about? Trying to them trying to extort the 30 million. I didn't hear which one you were talking about.
I did. Cassie did tell Diddy that she wanted $30 million. She wanted $30 million, and if he didn't pay her, she was going to release that tape. And that's how this whole thing started.
She wrote a book. That's what it was. It was a book. She tried to get the 30 million.
Cassie
Yes.
wanted $30 million from Diddy. And she told him, if you don't give me 30 million, I'm going to release this tape. That's what she said. It's on the record.
Was it the tape or was it the book?
Listen, the
And then
Fed's
y'all gotta
been
also
watching.
realize
The Fed's been watching Diddy probably since the 90s.
So
And
you
this
mean
is the only thing that they could probably bring in court that they might be able to get the stick on him. A bunch of scorned women. Nothing else would have stuck to him.
no.
And this is baloney because these girls was trying to use what they got to get what they want. And when you crying, I want a man that got the bag, you got to do what the man with the bag say you got to do, or you got to move around because your spot is going to be filled. You want the security, you want the money, you want the lifestyle, you want the lights, you want the glam, you want the beauty, you want all that. And I'm bringing all that, and you still got, like, you're going to do what I say.
Get on the job. Get on your job.
He said that. He said them words.
He also said,
it sounds like all of us come from all different walks of life right here on this little panel. And it's like we know people in our life right now that we be around that live like this. I got a friend on the level that I'm at. Man, he get all the girls. Man, he is the Diddy of what in my circle.
Well, this is the thing, right? And this goes to lovely lady's point, right? She didn't know what was going on in America. Let me tell you something, right? When it comes to what we're listening to, all these junkies, literally junkie stunts, it's happening. It's happening in a trap house or a crack house or whatever kind of house you want to call it near you, right?
Yeah.
With the man, and they fighting over drugs and who had the last pipe and dot and you took the last rock and woo 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 and bop upside the head, oops upside the head, and let's have this one and that one come in, and they doing all kinds of debauchery and deviant sex acts and stuff in a crack house and a trap house near you. The only difference between them and Diddy is Chanel and Bottega. That's what's happening.
Now, the only thing I've seen about crack houses or whatever I seen on New Jack City.
That's the way they are.
And I seen Chris Rock. I seen that lady Chris Rock went and got a turkey, and he ended up back there in that back there, and they were finna go at about that turkey.
Where you from? Where are you from?
I'm a Florida girl, but I ain't never been out there in them streets like that. Wasn't me. I'm a nerd head.
Everybody's a nerd head, but we all been in high school, middle school, after school.
But I never seen nothing like that. And I'm back in the 80s. I never.
Man, you had a loose auntie. You heard about
Hold on, y'all. One at a time, please. We all want to hear everybody.
My daddy didn't play that. They play that radio. He didn't allow us to go out there in them streets like that. When them lights, we was right there in front of the gate, playing kickball, basketball, volleyball over the fence, and all of that. When them lights turned on, we was in the house. My daddy, God bless his soul. I lost my dad last month. But my daddy didn't play the radio. You hear what I'm saying? And he raised 6 girls. We wasn't out there like that. We wasn't out there like that.
I'm from the 70s, and I agree with you because my parents, when them street lights came on, and like I said, I'm from Philly. When them street lights came on, you had to be inside the house. If you wanted to date, we had to sit on our steps. And I don't know where y'all are from, but up north we got steps and porches and stuff like that. You had to sit there, and they sit and they look out the window and see what you're doing. You couldn't go around the corner and all that.
Hold on, can I say something real quick? All right, I heard y'all, and I was born in 79, but in my reality, I think y'all lying, man. Because we hear the song, we hear the hold on. We hear the songs, we listen, look, we watch the old movies and stuff, Cadillac records, we watch the Ray Charles movies. Like, nah, what's going on now? It's been going on.
I didn't say I didn't participate. I didn't say I didn't participate. I said what my father and my mother did. Now, me being a hot ass, I'm gonna keep it all the way 100 with you. Me
Okay,
being
now,
hot
yeah,
ass,
that's all.
I went out the window. I was creeping out. That's why I say I'm not gonna sit here and act like I was one of these little goody good two shoes because this is the real life. I'm talking real life. I went out the window to do what I wanted to do. When the party was
That's
going
right.
on, I waited till my mom and daddy went to bed because the lights went out in our house at 9 o'clock. And you think I didn't know them lights went out at 9 o'clock?
That's
Yes,
right.
I did. When I felt like they were good asleep, I went out the window and I partied till the sun came up. And then just before my
All right.
father got up, I slid my butt right back in that same window. So I know exactly what you're saying. I'm not gonna sit up on this panel and act like I'm good two shoes because no, sir, I
Well,
was
I don't
not.
feel like I'm a goody two shoe, but I'm just telling you how I was raised, and I
No,
was
no,
raised
we're not.
just like
No,
that
no, I'm
because
not saying we're
Hey
not
guys,
talking about
No.
because
you.
one at a time, please.
because
All you
because
ladies.
because my dad did. He's an Alabama man. He was strong. He believed in right, and he always told us to live righteous in this world. Live the way you want to be treated. Treat people the way you want to be treated. And that's the way we all lived it. That's why all of us got good jobs. That's why all of us live comfortable. That's why all of us is college graduates and stuff like that. I never seen this. I never seen
But
this
this is
because
the
my daddy kept us on the boats. We were on the summertime when it was summertime. We was in Miami, riding up and down riding up and down Miami Beach in the boat and stuff and fishing and stuff like that. I mean, I ain't see that. I mean,
listen, lovely
and the
ladies,
TV
I'm not
shows,
saying you did.
Hold
I
on,
learned
Miss.
I learned by the TV shows and stuff as I got older, things and stuff. Now the record, the songs I listened to, because I wasn't into rap, but I loved it. My Sister Sledge, Diana Ross, Patti LaBelle, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never listened to that because me and my sister used to get back in the back room. We used to say, "We are family." We used to sing all that. I got all
Yeah,
my sisters with me.
All right, thank you, Miss Lovely. Next, go ahead,
So this is the thing. Listen, all I did was ballet. I was literally in ballet classes. I ain't never been in nobody's crack house, nobody's trap house. I have never seen a lot of things up close. However, I've heard people talking. I can't sit there and say I've never been around a crackhead. I've never been around somebody who was into junkie stunts. I've had family, my aunts and all that type of stuff. I've heard things. I've seen things. I've seen movies and stuff. I know when there's crack involved, or freebasing and all that other stuff. I know that there soon thereafter there's going to be golden showers and shenanigans. Okay, and doing things for strange things for change. That's where all these terms come from. But the thing about it is, with Diddy and them, they make everything look so glamorous because we're talking about Turks and Caicos and Chanel and all of that other stuff. But you strip it down to the bare bones, and it's New Jack City, you know.
And I agree. I'm gonna say this too. Back to Jane Doe. You had choices in this, and I like I said, I'm in my 50s. So when she's 30, she's 38. So you got involved with him at 35. And I want everybody to understand why we all on this panel as women. When these young ladies get up here and say, I was coerced, I was forced, and I didn't know what I was doing, they only pushing us black women back in time. You know why? They're gonna say, well, you're not strong enough to make a decision. And you know why they're gonna say that? It's because they are letting us women sit here and tell us that we're letting these men coerce us into doing things that we want to do. And if you can't figure out your own lifestyle, how can I put you in a position of to run anything bigger? You know what I'm saying? So they are pushing us women, and that's what I get so upset about, is that we work so hard as women to get where we at today, and these young ladies, for their own personal gain, get up and say, I was coerced, I was forced, and not knowing the damage that they're doing to us that really,
good women
has the opportunity to do the things that we want to do, and we're going to be looked down upon because we can't make a simple decision to say no.
A
Yeah,
right
they're
decision.
walking around like they need a handler or something like that. You know, like you're gonna sit there and tell me you need a handler? No, ma'am, we're not going to do that. I'm not in the mood for it. It irritates my soul that you are sitting there and you know good and doggone well what it was hitting for. These women are no different than the young women back in the day walking around with the MCM, remember, and all of the ladies and the greatest with the drug dealer doing all the things to get all of the things. And we want to sit around now and talk about coercion. Well, you know, you was with it. You was with it. You was
And you
with
got and another thing, you got this type of man, you can never be his girl.
Yep.
So for all
Well, he
you ladies
thought it.
that y'all be wanting this type of man when y'all be wanting them, for those that it apply to, this man will never be your man.
Never.
We're gonna be
That's
He
a
have
Well, he
fact.
told her that.
like you have nothing to offer him. Your love, your body, none of that make him treat you right, do right by you. You're gonna have to do what he want to be done, because he's gonna be what you call alpha male. Like I don't need you for nothing.
Nothing.
But
Oh
you know
Lord
that
Jesus, not me.
you know all his baby mamas are African Americans, only but one, and I think that was Love Mama. But if you notice, Jane Doe was upset with who? Miami. You know why? Because she was younger than her. She was younger than her, and she felt like she was mixed, and she felt like she was prettier than her. So how did this young African American woman come and take him? Because you know, if you this Solomon, I'm not using a race card, but I'm just telling you what I see. She was upset with Young Miami because wait a minute, how does this little black girl come up against me and he doing all this and he's putting her she on the arm and she on the red carpet and I don't get this activity. She could actually be take out with the kids and stuff because if you notice, she never said he participated with her son or her child. Sorry, her child. They never did anything as a family, but Young Miami and her daughter was out with the family. He never did that with her.
But didn't Cassie feel the same way about Kim? Because remember she was
yes, because he didn't do it. He didn't
Right.
And,
But
he took her on the red carpet and Kim was home. But the thing is, she wanted children by him and he refused to have children with her.
right. Because he only had and all his kids' mother is African American. If you know, only one that's not is Love.
Yeah.
Because those is the two women that man might have actually
He respected.
gave a hell
He
about.
respected. He
The other
respected
one,
them.
He's
the
also
other one,
said that she was his soulmate. And that made Cassie mad.
and that was probably absolutely true.
And
Because
young
my man ain't gonna have no orgies with no woman that he love, man. I ain't watching that.
No,
I don't care
And I
about
know
you.
he didn't do it to the black women. You know, I'm not saying that he treated them like they should have been treated or any of the women like they should have been treated. I'm just saying I just made a note, just statistics, just looking at the demographics. The black women wasn't participating in all of the shenanigans. It was something
and
that
he knew it.
yeah, and so there's he's obsessive compulsive. There's some I don't know what the video was. I don't know what movie he saw. I don't know what he witnessed to where he kept trying to recreate that moment over and over again. You
And
know,
he just freaky.
no,
It's
I'm
all
saying
right. He just
no, it's
freaky.
not just it's not just the
And
freakiness.
then when he's in a relationship with someone, or when you're too close around to him, you got to deal with what come along with when this
It's
person
more,
is mad.
it's more than just the freak. It's more than just the freaky.
But you can't.
There's a
This ain't
certain
no Rico to where you try to make
no. I'm
everything
not
my
saying
man
it's trying to
does
be a Rico.
basic.
Yeah, listen, one at a time. I'm gonna have to start putting everybody
I'm sorry.
down.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's hard. I'm trying to get my audience to be able to hear everybody. So please, one at a time, please urge yourself to hold it until the other person finish. Thank you.
Okay, so it's not just about the Rico. There is an aesthetic. There's there's a look that all of the women that he's having these freak offs with has. There's a particular look. If you were to put them side by side, they look almost the same, right? You have that component. You have the baby oil. You have the red lights. You have the white nails. He's trying to recreate a scene. I don't know what scene it is. I'm not a Orn connoisseur or whatever to be able to say what he's trying to recreate, but he is is ritualistic almost, to where he has it the same way every time, and they have to have that same aesthetic. There's something he got something going on in his mind. It's like there's a little OCD in there. That's why he hoards baby oil and applesauce. Something going on with Diddy. Let's not act like it ain't a thing when it's a thing. And
well, this didn't. Oh, go ahead. This didn't come from just Diddy. This didn't come from just Diddy. This stuff been going on. From what I understand and what I heard, it's been going on for years. Diddy, this junk just been going on for years. It's a shame that they brought it up to be a RICO when it's just all about this sexuality and money and just like 50 Cent say he gonna set it off. He gonna show y'all exactly how it all started. He gonna release some stuff that all of us gonna be shocked, and he gonna put it all in a movie, and we gonna see it just how it was and how it all started and how it all began. This just didn't come from Diddy, y'all. Come on, let's be real. This been started with Diddy.
Okay.
This been started way back in this entertainment mess. That's where it all started from.
All right, guys. It is at the 4 hour and 25 minutes. This is way.
Oh my God, it's been on for 4 hours.
Yes. I need you guys to do your final statement, and we're gonna get off for real, okay? And I'm gonna put Mr. J last because I want to hear his final. But let me go ahead and let Philly go ahead on Philly.
My final thing is, I just want everybody to think about the questions that was asked. If a man asks you, would you want to do certain things, what will be your answer? And that will give you the answer that you need for what type of women these women are. Because if you say no and never talk to him again, because he gave everybody an option, he questioned. If you listen to if you go back and listen to everything he asked him, how would you feel? Do you want? He always start with a question. He gives you the opportunity to bail out. So what I'm saying is, if he gives you that question, he asks you and you decide to go along with it, then you have to deal with the consequences to come along with what your answer is.
Thank you, Philly. All right, Miss Lovely Lady.
Okay, and I just want to say I'm not bashing nobody. I'm not trying to say, right is right. I'm not trying to say that Diddy was right or Cassie was wrong or Cassie was right and Diddy was wrong. I'm just saying, don't put yourself in a situation where you got to be brought down like these people are. I mean, they're all their personal doings that they have done is out here in the world. It's not here in just the United States of America. It's everywhere. And can you imagine what people are saying about our country? We are already going through it with our president. Now we got to go through look how they living. I don't want to go to America. I'm leaving America. I don't want to come. Look what's going on in America. Look, guys, open your eyes and just look. There's drugs out there that we don't even know nothing about. Well, I don't really. I mean,
Use the word.
Oh, yeah, okay. And all of this other stuff that's going on, it is crazy. It is crazy. Read the Bible. Read Revelation. Read the Revelation in the Bible. You guys, I love you all. Don't take me wrong, but I'm not biased. I'm not on the left and I'm not on the right. I'm in between. I'm just trying to figure this thing out because I don't want a man to go to prison for life when this is not a RICO. Now, if it was a RICO and he did these things and things was set up for us to see it, that he did it, and that's another thing. But just don't sit there and just look one way. That's what I'm saying. Look both ways. Stay in the middle. Just stay in the middle and watch what happens and see. Because if they found he's not guilty, in America, we cannot find a man guilty or a woman guilty until he's proven guilty. So I'm not calling him guilty. And I'm not calling anybody guilty. I'm just saying I'm looking at the facts. And right now, the facts are showing me that this man might get off. He has a chance of getting off because I don't see a RICO. I see domestic violence. You don't put your hands on nobody. Everybody need to keep their hands to themselves.
Thank you, Miss Lovely Lady and the Tea Lounge.
Hey, so I agree with both of these ladies. I feel like people made decisions to participate in things, and now that there's money on the line, they are changing their tune in regards to what they agreed upon. I also feel as if right now, just based on the evidence that's been presented, and let's not forget the fact that this evidence came by way of land and sea via the Homeland Security and LAPD and NYPD and the Miami Vice and the feds. And all they came back with is baby oil, Astroglide, rubber duckies, and guns that they didn't lift the prints off of. So as far as I'm concerned, I am not in a position to where I feel like they need to be putting somebody in jail when there's still all of this reasonable doubt. And once again, this is just regular old everyday junkie stunts dressed up in designer clothing.
Thank you, the Tea Lounge. And my final guest, Mr. Money J.
Hey, my final word to be is this is sad to see this man even be charged with this stuff, man. Because when you really look at it, this is everyday life. This man got the bag, and y'all work for him, or y'all dealing with him, y'all boy, his girlfriend or whatever, and y'all got in a fight, or he hollered at you, he screamed at you, and you trying to take every small incident that happened between y'all on a domestic level and turn it into a federal RICO in every situation, and twisted and manipulated. Me and my girl got in a fight. I chased her because I seen her going to some dude's house that she was sleeping with. Man, that's just regular everyday stuff. We get high, we get drugs. Nah, you gotta hold.
The D word, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah, this is just fake. I don't know how I gotta be nice with my words. Yeah, this is just fake. You gotta hold them girls accountable. We told y'all a long time ago in all the rap songs, even back in the day with Howlin' Wolf when he said he was the back door man. Everybody got some freak in them, and they hold my man for Rico because he freaky. All right, I'm gonna let y'all go, man. Free Puff, man.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone. Mr. J is not holding any punches. But again, y'all, to answer the question that I have on this live, that I'm here at the Diddy trial in New York for a purpose. And I may not be like everybody else, but my purpose is being served, to give everybody a voice, to be able to speak your mind of how you feel about this case. I am a person that stands on you are innocent until proven guilty. And most of you guys may not agree with my stance, but that's the law. And that's what I have to stand on. Now, once a person's found guilty, I keep my mouth shut and I move on. I may not agree, but I move on. And that's why I don't cover other cases that's been found guilty, because my job is done. And my job is to basically give the facts, tell you what's happening in the court, and that's it. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not here for clicks and views. I mean, I would love my numbers to go up, but if it doesn't, my purpose is still being served. And I thank God for the opportunity to be able to cover this whole case like I do, from the start to the finish. Before the gavels hit for trial to begin, I'm there for the pre-trial stuff and all the way to sentencing. And that's what I plan on being here for, until the judge and the jury says what the verdict is. I'm here to bring it to you. So you guys have a great and awesome day. May God bless you. I love you guys. May the Lord watch between me and thee while we're absent one from another. Have a great day, guys. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Have a good day.
Bye.
Peace, everybody.
All right, Jay, it's nice meeting you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me, we laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joys we'll both gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe